Hello everyone and welcome back to Laurence Plays Foundry, because it is Wednesday and Wednesday is Foundry Day, and you join me at the bottom of a hole where there used to be a nice big patch of coal, but we seem to have managed to use all of that up. Right, so there's a couple of parish notices, shall we say, before we get going. The first one is that on Monday I was having all kinds of issues with streaming to Twitch, and it kept sort of having issues and dropping people, and we suspect that was because the bitrate I had it set to was too high, and Twitch was throwing a wobbly because of it. So I have reduced the bitrate. So please, as we get a little bit further into the stream, let me know how stable it seems, whether everything seems to be working properly, and what the video quality is like. Because as I say, it is now somewhat lower on the bit rate is now somewhat lower than it was before. I think I had it set to 7,000 before, and now it's set to 5,000. And you're supposed to, or no, 8,000 before, and now it's set to 5,000. And you're supposed to be able to go up to 10,000 before it has issues, but it was decided it wanted to have issues anyway. So yeah, well, hopefully that won't happen again. But if it does, please let me know. The second thing is a much more positive note, and that is that there has been another update to Foundry, and that's why I've got all these achievements appearing over there on the left-hand side in the middle of the chat box. So as soon as I loaded the game up earlier, I immediately got 62 different achievements, and they're all things like placing certain amounts of this foundation, or making certain amounts of various ores and belts and things like that. And there we go, because I got belt 4, I've got logistics mastery 1, and or maybe because I've got a certain number of those belt 4s, I don't know. But all of these things, suddenly I've unlocked 62 different achievements, and they've all come flooding in. So that's nice, but also a little bit silly. There are a few other things that have been added by the update as well. So we've got these robot workstations, and I'm quite excited about that. So let's have those, and also the Omni Analyzers. So we'll find out what they're about, and then I can look into some more of these robot type things, and maybe robot workstations 2 and 3 as well, because I'm at a stage where I'm quite a long way through all the researches. So it's going to be fairly quick to knock all these ones out quite quickly. It's also added in, there are now items that you can find as you wander around the world, which are going to be, which I think you can then feed into the Omni Analyzer that we're just starting to research. Now, I don't know whether I'm actually going to find any of those, because I've explored a significant amount of the world already, and so it may be that you only discover these things when you actually first explore an area, when you generate an area. Maybe that's when they're generated. I don't actually know. Hopefully we'll find out at some point. But at the moment we will have to wait and see what happens for getting those. But the rest of the stuff I should be able to.
Observed remnants of an ancient alien civilization scattered near the landing zone. The Omni Analyzer will be essential to uncovering their secrets. Time to begin the search.
I believe this update has also introduced caves as well, so you can go to certain places in the map, and as you go around and move around underground, you should find caves and chasms and stuff like that. A bit like in the Minecraft update that came out about, I don't know, probably about 20 years ago at this point. I don't know, no, less than that obviously, but quite a while ago nonetheless. And so that is also going to be a thing that is potentially available. But I suspect that's only going to be discovered if I actually explore new terrain. And because I have currently explored a very, very large area, I feel that we might not see very much of that. However, that said, the new description, the stream description, which I've updated. Thank you, Regular, for pointing that out, because that did remind me, and I'm sure I did it earlier, but I must not have clicked save properly or something stupid like that. So yes, as I have now said in the stream description, our current shortage is coal, because of the mine we've just seen down here, and that was digging up coal, and it was being brought out to the landing pad that's just out here. And it was being flown by aircraft from there to down here, where it was being fed into the entire rest of the factory. And so that has run out, so we're going to need to do something more. And so at this stage of the game, well, the obvious answer is to go out and find one of the veins of resource, because there's no point in going out and finding another patch like the one we've just depleted, because, well, they deplete. If I go off and get one of these, then I can carry on digging. Then I can then I can dig as much out of it as I like, and it'll carry on working forever as long as I put a fracking tower on the top of it. And I remember having a bit of a look around last time and finding one that was actually a reasonably sensible distance away. I don't think it was that one, so let's have another look around the edge and see if I can spot any more. There's one there that's actually not, and another one here. Actually, there's two of them out this way, which is unnecessary given how fast we can get the coal out of those, but never mind. So I could extend this tunnel from here further over this way and grab one of these two. That's not too far, although then I would be running the belts quite a long way to get back up to here. So that's certainly possible. Oh, there's one just here, actually. That's even closer. So that's probably a good one to go for. One down there, but that's further away. There's, yeah, none round this side. So basically, it's a choice between this one off to the north here and the one off to the south here. And this one to the south is fairly close to my existing tunnel network. So I think I'll come back down to here, drop into these tunnels and extend it across this way and then down here. And then we'll be able to pop up and get another one of those built. Right. So, first things first. Let's get out of here and head back over to the main factory. So this is the landing pad I was talking about, where we've got a plane that's We've got a plane that's got a load of coal in it, or it's got some coal in it, but won't take it away over to the other place because it's not full. Let's see, if I come over here, can I tell it to dispatch automatically? I could tell it to take off when the inventory is 1% full. And there it goes. I was going to try and jump in the back, but I was too slow. Okay, so that's now going to fly off with that 195 coal, which isn't very much, but we might as well at least unload it over there. I could pick up this landing pad, but to be honest, I'm not going to bother because I don't think I need it. I don't think I need these things anymore. I'm not going to call them worthless, but they aren't particularly useful either. We've got now, with the new tunnel system I've started placing, I feel like we just don't need the aircraft anymore. Right, let's have a look in my... Oh yes, and they put in a new user interface for your inventory system as well. So we've now got the crafting and an improved character inventory over here. And yeah, everything's categorized a little bit, which makes it a little bit nicer. Hopefully a little bit nicer, but also very, very confusing. But I'm sure I'll get to work it out eventually. So, looking in my inventory, do I have my boring machine? And if not, what have I done with it? I can't even remember what the damn thing's called now. And all the icons are a bit smaller, which makes them feel very, very unfamiliar. I hope I haven't left it somewhere and lost it. That would be very unfortunate. I can't even remember what it's called. Is it a tunnel digger or something like that? Store assembly like construction. Here we go. Drill ship. That's up under D. C, crusher, CPU, dirt, distillation, drone. No, I've left it somewhere. Great. I have no idea where I've left it, so I guess I'm going to have to build another one. That's mildly annoying. Oh well, let's do that then. Let's build another drill ship. What does that need? That needs quite a lot of stuff. Jeez, I wish I knew where I'd left it. What have I done recently? I think the most recent thing the most recent thing I've done was the oil down here. But I don't remember seeing it over there last time I flew over. Unless it's here. No, it wouldn't be here. Then I did all the stuff around over here. Oh, I can zoom in further than I used to be able to, I think. This was longer ago. I haven't done anything down here for a while. I didn't expand this tunnel, or this one. Did I let it fly off into the sunset? It is possible that I just accidentally lost control of it or left it flying upwards and forgot to tell it to stop. But I don't think I did. Where have I been recently? Because like last time I was just doing a load of construction over here, making more robot types. And did I need any new resources last time? I don't think I did. I suspect it's going to be quicker to just build a new one than to try and remember what I did with the old one, even if it does require... Jeez, why have we run out of iron? What's going on? Oh, because we've run out of coal. Oh, that could be a problem. If we've run out of coal and can't make any more steel, it might be difficult to make a drill ship. No, I think I will be able to. I can come over here. There's loads on this belt. So let's upgrade this briefly to a green one. And then just go, how much do I need? Drill ship. Hello, Mark. Welcome. Good to see you here. Well, welcome to Laurence tries to remember where he's left his drill ship and then gives up. So I'm going to need 200 of these. So I'm going to make myself a new one. It's 80, 90, 100. Yeah, I feel a little silly for losing my ship, but I guess it's not too. There we go, 201. Oh well, close enough. And then 100 advanced machinery parts, 100 green circuits, and 20 hover engines. Hang on, what did it? Diddly? Yeah, 100 of these. This is why I upgraded the belt. Let's upgrade this belt as well. Bing. No, let's not do that. That's not what I meant to do. Pick that up again. Right. Now. Where are they going in? Oh yeah, there we go. Down the end bottom there. 100. Let's get rid of that because I could do with a little bit more space in my inventory because I'm now going to need 200 of the green circuits. That's iron. I could have upgraded this belt as well. This is going to take a little while. I did say 200 of these, didn't I? No, only 100 of these, and then 20 hover engines. Okay. Right, let's downgrade these belts again, because there's no point in these being green ones. And doing this will get at least some of these out of my inventory. There we go. Right, now I need to go and find some hover engines. Now, those are being made as part of the whole robot, drone, whatever, production facility over here. So getting 20 of those is going to be fairly straightforward. I just need to spot them. And except they actually probably require steel to make. So let's try a bit further down where I might be able to get them without having to have steel available. I don't see any hover motors. I also don't know which belts I should be looking at for them. Ah, here we go. There's 2. That's a problem. Ow, caught in the belts. Ah, let me out. There we go. Right, so this is indeed what we would call a problem because they're supposed to be going along this belt here. And look, there's another. Oh, I'm trapped on another belt. There's another one on the other side of there, which I can't get at because stuff. There we go. So I've got 4 of them now. This is problematic. Where else are they getting used? Are there going to be any more I can steal? I feel like 16 is going to be a bit of a stretch, and could give me some. This could be the it could be a bit of a problem. Also, why are they on a red belt that goes onto a green belt? That's onto a yellow belt. That's ridiculous. Oh well. All right, I think they've gone in here. Yeah, oh, there we go. There's loads. Right, so I can grab all of these. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Right, so now I can build myself a new drilling machine. There we go. And then, oh yeah, I also need the base unit for a fracking tower. Which will be coming from over here somewhere. Oh, this is the annoying one to build where I have to go in and monkey with chucking all of the things in manually, not you. You. So I tell you to make me a... this will be a large building, so I would like to have a fracking tower, which is that one. Steel and green, so oh no, more steel. Okay, there's some here actually, that's quite good. And then there's no space in my inventory, typical. Take that and that. Right, and then over here, have some of that. How much do you need of those things? How much steel particularly? No, not that one. In here, fracking tower is 100 steel beams. That was nearly 100. Are there any more in here? No. Where was that steel? So I managed to find quite a lot of it over here. Okay. So I've got, like, I only need another sort of 20 or 30. How many is that? Counting is hard. Okay, that's about 30. Like I said, counting is hard. And then it's, yes, down here. Have all the stuff. Right, there we go. There's a fracking tower coming out. And then as soon as that's done, I can do a change recipe. I can't. I probably won't be able to do a change recipe. I won't have the inventory space. Maybe I should just leave it making fracking towers out of nothing. There we go. Yep. See, I can't unset it because my inventory's full. Destroy those. I didn't mean to pick them up in the first place. I'm going to need some of that soon. I've got a lot of plastic. That is a raw resource. I don't care about that particularly. The hover engines now. I've made my drill ship. I will destroy them. That's probably going to be unwise, but never mind. Now, can I change the recipe there? Yes, I can. There I can. And I end up with a load of trash in my inventory, but I can now dump that into here like this to at least get rid of it. That as well. There we go. This chest is gradually filling up, which is a little unfortunate, but oh well. I'm going to take those lights as well, because I might find some way to use them. Right, so I think that puts me in quite a good position to go and start building this long tunnel. And I've got quite a lot of belts. Let's get some more belts, though, because quite a lot is probably not enough. Get another 3 stacks of that. And I think, right, I think that's probably... Ooh, no, vein miners. Need some vein miners. Which I don't have. No, the update seems to all be fine. I loaded it up a little while ago before I started the stream, and everything seems to be okay. I've got some new researches that I can play with, but at the moment I have an absolute crisis for coal, so I'm going to have to go out and get some more of that. And also, which means some vein miners. And where does a vein miner come from? It's it's very basic stuff, so it's probably over here somewhere. But probably quite a long way down. Maybe not this far down. Probably not this far down, but I don't know. I'll start at the end and work backwards. What are you doing? Assemblers. Right, yeah, that's feeding through and doing multiple tiers of thing. Vein miners, there we go. Gimme. Right, let's go and see how far we can get with this. You know what's probably going to happen? I'm going to drop down the hole by the copper vein and immediately find the other mining drill and discover I didn't need to go through all of that and building the new one. But, oh well, at least I now have a spare. On the way over, I will also pick up a couple of trees because I'm going to need some wood to power the drill ship. Or alternatively, I'll just completely fill up my inventory with nonsense. And come on, there must be. There we go. I don't know how I managed to have a stack and a half or a stack and a bit of. Oh well, never mind. That's probably going to be enough. Maybe that tree I tried to fell was so big that it would have been more than the 97 I had room for in my inventory. Okay, so over here there is a convenient hole in the ground there. So let's drop into that one and see if it's the correct place. Boink. It is not the correct place actually. I've remembered. However, if I go down here, this is the correct hole. So if I go off this way and this way, I think. And this way and that way and this way and that way and oh, maybe not. Maybe is this the correct hole? No, this is all the vein mine. Right, that's the vein mining going on there. Up here, this hole is where we're transporting everything around, and this goes back to the here we go. This is the main transport system that's carrying all of the that links up all of the. This is the main tunnel that links together all of my all my different areas. So. If I drop down here and go, do I want to continue down there or do I want to leave that as its own little thing? I think I'll leave that as its own little spur going off down to the core mining, or sorry, the vein mining over there. And I shall whack out a new hole over here, like this. 1, 2, 3, and yeah, that's enough room to put down a drill ship. So I can now then get the drill ship out, and you can go, now I want you to point it that way, put you there. Then we climb aboard, we give you some fuel, you can have all of that, there we go. And then we look at the map, because I want to go, so I'm currently at 442 minus 834, okay? And I want to go to here, which is 655 minus 1396. So I want to go 100 forwards, and then 500 south. But actually I probably don't, I want to go 50 forwards and then 500 south. So let's do that. 50 and 500, because that way I'll go hopefully go past the side of the vein, and won't have to mess around too much with running straight into the side of it and then sorting things out from there. So while that's running, I will follow along. No, not that. There with some pylons like this. So at least when I get there, I'll have power. I'm also going to need to run a pipe down this tunnel, bringing the fracking fluid from that pipe there. And also then on the way back, I'm going to need at least some belts, bringing the coal through. Right, typical, doesn't quite reach. Right, back aboard here now, and this time I want to turn right. How much fuel have we used? We've used 13 of it. That sounds like we might not actually get there, because I want this to now go 500, and off you go. That is quite a long way. I'm going to let that do a bit of the digging to start with, rather than following right behind it with the pylons, because if I follow right behind it, then I'll just be forever waiting for it to go a bit further. So if I do sort of a combination of things as I go along here, like if I start doing pipe as well, then that's going to take me a bit longer to put it all together, and therefore it should be a bit easier and therefore I'll be doing more things while I chase after the boring machine. So it'll keep things a little bit more organised, manageable. I'm not sure what the right expression is. This should actually, come to think of it, I should be using the magic pipe like this, because it's easier to put corners and stuff in, and you can actually run it quite a bit further before it has a sad on you. So that is probably going to be an overly long pipe. It's not an overly long pipe at this point. That's interesting. Tell me about this pipe. It's currently at 289 out of 300. Okay, so that's going to be a really good place to put in another to put in a pump for extending it, because that is very nearly at maximum complexity. But there's a little bit left, which is nice. I've said it about 100 times before. I wish there was a click and drag to put these pylons in, but never mind. It's only an occasional annoyance, because I don't run these tunnels all that often. And I'm starting to get slightly used to how far I can go, I think. I'm catching up with the boring machine again. Right, where's that pipe? There's the pipe. And that's decently close to a thingamawhat's it? Pylon. So we'll put the next pump in here, and I want you to be a 1 by 1. I'm going to dig out there and there, and apparently there and there as well. Sure, why not? And then I can produce a pump from my pockets, like I must have loads of. I've always got loads. Yeah, there we go. Pump. Rotate it like that. Plug it into. Are you plugged onto the? Yeah, that is the right place. Plug it in there, and then I can run a pipe. Nope, I can run a cable from there to. That's a low voltage pump. Please don't be a low voltage pump. Let's try that again with less fail. I would like you to be a high voltage pump, and then I can put the pump. Come on, Laurence, stop pressing the wrong buttons. Touchdown. Right, pump. Pump is that guy. Right, for some reason he's upside down. So let's turn him over and point him in the right direction like that. Put him up there, and then I can plug it into there like that. Boop. And okay, I'll zap these pieces of rock as well, just to make it look a little bit neater. Having done that, I can now put in more pipe like this, and we want a length of about 280, 290, something like that. That's a length of 112, so we want another 160. It's 113, so we want another, still want about 50, but we can't because this thing's here, and it has run out of fuel. We did predict that was going to happen. The only thing is, I don't know how close we are now, so that's interesting. That is a lot further from here than I was expecting it to be. Now, that's not entirely a bad thing, because I didn't really want to run smack into the side of it. But did I get the numbers wrong? Let's have a look. So that's at 651, and we're at about 500, so it's still 150 away. I clearly should have gone 150 into... I got it wrong. But never mind. We'll just carry on to 1390. It's 13 something or other. And then we can go. Then we can run another tunnel across and sort things out there. So we're at 1172. So I want to go another 200, 220 will be close enough. So I want you to go 220, and we'll probably actually have the fuel for that. Off you go. Chug, 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 chug. Right. Well, we'll do the cable next, because why not? That's one we haven't actually got at the moment. That's the one that's been built less far thus far. Are you pointing in the right direction? You are not. Let's do that. There we go. Hey, Persistent. Welcome. Good to have you here. You join me once again digging tunnels, but well, I say digging tunnels. I've got a machine to do that for me. All I'm doing is then running the infrastructure down the tunnels while I try and catch up with the digging machine, which is reasonably likely. And this is because I'm heading off to another ore patch. This time I'm going after more coal, because that's the latest crisis. But I found a nice ore vein of coal, so I'm going to be able, as long as I keep it supplied with fracking fluid, I will in the future get an infinite amount of coal out of it, which is lovely. Which is the amount of coal we would like to have. So I'm pretty happy with that, and we're going to just keep the system ticking over nicely. Right, so I've got room for about another 50 pieces of pipe before I have to put in another pump. So we'll go from there. 50 is okay. Here is about 40. Let's go to there, and then I can put my next pump in here before I actually run out of pipe. Which is I think before I run out of pipe is the right place to put it, because if I go too far, then it's a little bit of a faff. Everything just looks a little bit wrong. It complains at me, and I have to go, oh wait, and then try and find the right place to put it. So I'll put one of these guys in here, like that. It is still a high voltage one, that's good. And then I can run a cable from there to there, and because they're right next to each other, that's really easy. Now I can do this for about 300 again, which is probably going to be enough to get me pretty much to... Actually, no, it's not, because we've got another 200 to go. So that's 113. That's about, call that 200. It's slightly less, but 200 is a good enough number. Right, now I want to turn to the left, and we can have a look at the map. There we go. You see, I'm dead level with the igneum ore vein there, and thankfully I seem to be far enough down that we haven't had an unfortunate leakage problem from this sea. So that is now, I'm at 1392, close enough. This is 652, 492. So if I go 200, this will smack straight into the side of the vein, and then we can work things out from there. It is a very weird number, yeah. There's a few of those. I don't know where some of these numbers come from, but they do, and we just have to deal with it. Them's the rules. Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of things in this game where I would like a distance you can build things to be a bit bigger. So, one of the things I wanted to do before I came away to do all of this building work, and I completely forgot about because I have the memory of a goldfish. Actually, a significantly worse memory than a goldfish, because apparently there's nothing actually wrong with goldfish's memories. They're just fairly typical. Yeah. So one of the things I wanted to do was set up some more mining to be happening around it on my my busset. Hey, you know what I was saying about us not having to worry about the water? Apparently that's not true. Well, that's kind of cool. I mean, it's mildly annoying, but it's also kind of cool. So, yeah. Hello? Is that... Hang on. Is that my coal seam? That is my coal seam, isn't it? That looks a bit silly. I think these things probably shouldn't stick out above the ground because it looks silly. But anyway, that's where this is where we're going to get the coal from. Right, it looks like it's time to make a channel. Ooh, glass tunnel. I don't think glass can be placed like that, unfortunately. Glass is not a block. Glass is a component. So unlike Minecraft, I don't think I can do that. Where's my hole? There it is. I can see it due to the graphical glitchery. Right, so over here... Ugh. Right, let's put a lid on this, shall we? Oh, what's the... Oh, thank you very much, Persistent. Much appreciated. Thank you. I was going, why am I hearing the sound of biters attacking my factory when I'm not actually playing Factorio? And it's because I got a generous donation, so thank you very much. You know what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to come over here. The robot is not very good at swimming. Is I'm going to come over. Give me the laser. What have I done? I can't select things. What's going on? Oh well, oh, I've got control. The control key stuck down. That's helpful. Right, so I'll do that, and then I'll switch to the. I'll get some stone out, and then I can build stone from here all the way to bonk here, like that. There we go. That'll keep the rain out. Now, can I keep the sea out? I can close that off. I don't know what's going to happen with this. I suspect this isn't going to work, but I'm going to try it anyway. So I'll put that across to there, and then there. Given that I think this works on sort of Minecraft physics, or lack thereof, as I say, I'm not expecting this to work, but I can seal that up there. Okay, so there we go. We've now sealed this area off. However, because it had water in it before, these blocks are still water blocks. So I think I'm going to have to build all the way across there, like that, and like that, and like this. Yeah. I don't know how far it is across there. So if I do all of this nonsensery and build out that way and across there apparently. Right, well it's now dry in here, and I think if I start digging this back out again, it will still be dry. So let's take it as a small amount of it as a test cut. Also, that shouldn't be there. If I built this my whole roof thing too, I don't think I did. If this suddenly goes splash, I will be very sad. Okay, this seems to be working. Good. Right, let's do this in a slightly more automated way now. So this has got oh, it's run out of fuel again. Goodness sake! I don't think I've got any. I don't have any more burnables for it. It's run out of wood. Okay. Marcus appreciates the biter noises even more. Excellent. I'm glad it's been a useful something experience for us all. Right, so I could dig a tunnel through. No, this is silly. I could. What can I do? What can I do from here? Am I still underwater? Yes. So I can't. I don't want to mine upwards. I don't want to dig upwards and pop out here because I will get soaked. I want this to carry on going a little bit further, so I do need a bit more wood. Right, I guess what we're going to do is go forwards and then right a bit until I'm under here, and then I can pop out here, go and harvest some trees, and come back down and feed this darn mining machine again, because, yeah, this will not do. And to be fair, I am going to want to have an exit around here at some point. I just wasn't planning to do it quite like this. Also, this is kind of fiddly. Right, okay, there we go. Oh, don't be sorry, Persistent. There's absolutely no harm in what you did, and you should definitely do it again. As should everyone else. Yeah, because that's how economy works, right? And just sort of vague beggings for money. That's what Twitch is all about. Right, so if I dig a tunnel out this way and don't sort of completely sell my what's name to the Twitch devils, there we go. Now I'm actually under land, so I can switch back over to the 1x1. I can actually dig straight up. And surface here. I do find it quite entertaining that very shortly after saying, "Oh, I don't need to worry about, I'm far enough down underground," I am a long way underground, and even so, yeah, even just after saying I'm far enough underground that I don't think I have to worry about these lakes, I immediately dug a tunnel into a lake, and things all went a bit wrong. So that was amusing. Right, now let's come over here and knock out a couple of these really big trees, because I'm assuming that I'm going to get 38 biomass for each one is not too bad, I suppose. Pop. Pop. Right, there we go. Now we have the tricky bit, which is finding the hole I just dug. Which I think is going to be just over here, because I need to get back down there again. And I don't want to have to do it by digging some sort of ridiculous, by going back in through the watery bit. So, yes. I was going to say, can anyone see my hole? But I know if I say things like that, then it'll get clipped and posted on the Discord server. Okay, so I came across here, and I went up a little bit, and then came out about here, I think. So I'm quite a long way too far over. It's probably going to be more like around here somewhere. However, having seen the size of these hills immediately come up out of the ground, off the coast rather, I'm not surprised I had to dig up quite a bit further than I expected to. Is that it? No, it's not it. I don't want to dig back down again because that feels annoying and awkward. I should have put something around it to mark it so I'd be able to find it later. Grrr. Grrr, says I. Oh, for goodness sake. Right. Yeah, so I came... Pylon. I came across... I got to about here. Then I came up... Or was it here? Oh, that looks like it. There. So just on the other side of the rocky patch, there is one dot of rock. I'm flying the wrong way. On the other side of this rocky patch, there's one dot of rock. So that's probably it. Down... There it is. There's my hole. In we go. Back down again. Just like that. Then I can run back along the tunnel. I still didn't put a sign over it, but oh well. Okay, I need to tidy that up a little bit, and that one as well. I can. They haven't demonetized me yet. Right, there we go. So now I can come along here. I can put more of the. I can put the wood that I got in here. Can we burn rainforest seeds? No, we can't. And then we can just set it going again. Oh, Twitch is still having issues, is it? That sucks. I'm seeing. Twitch seems to be happy as far as I can tell. There was something else I was looking at before. It was this page. So as far as I can tell, Twitch seems to be happy, but that isn't actually a guarantee, sadly. Let's see if I can poke all broadcasts. So there is. What day is it today? It is the 21st. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, this has all been well under the 6,000 kilobits that's recommended. So I think that means that that it's probably your problem, Board Easy, I'm afraid. But I could be wrong there. Sound is desynced, which is a precursor to refreshing and not getting the stream back. Okay. No, sound is desynced here as well. Yes, locally. So that is a me problem, and that's one I can fix. So don't restart anything just yet. And that I do by changing the resolution down and then changing the resolution back up again, which is a silly thing, but it does fix it. It forces the camera to reset a bit, and there we go. That's now back in sync. So if you're still having problems, that might be a you problem. But before it was a me problem. Right. Let's now turn this back round. This thing turns slowly, and then I can send it to dig through back underwater again. Hello, and yes, hello as well, Board Easy. Sorry, I should have said. Right, so I want you to go to about over here somewhere. How far is that? So I'm at 620. I want to go back to 5. So let's go 120 instead of 220. There might be something on the corner there for it to run into, like a pylon. I think there probably is. So I think I could just tell it to go forever, and it would actually be okay. So, but as you can see, the reason it stopped is now here we've run into the edge of the vein, and the vein is completely unmineable, undestroyable. We can't dig tunnels through it, so we're in a good place now. And if I pong, then we can see here is my ore vein. Right, so from here, we can now start trying to work out how we want to get this out. Now, these things tend to have various tiers of various heights of the ore, where the ore can be got from. So there's that one, that one, that one. They're all at a height of 107. However, I suspect if I go up to try and get those, then I'm going to have issues with the water again. So we're not going to do that. Instead, we'll dig down to the ones that are at all the ones down at 57. So I'm going to need the machine back again. It's at 89 at the moment, so I want to go down 89. I want to go down to 57. That's why have you stopped? Missing fuel again already. Oh, for goodness sake! This is getting through a lot of fuel. Just go. So 89 to 57. So we want to go down 32, and then we'll be able to get all of the veins down there. At least that's the plan. Yeah, let's try not to have any sort of fires under here. That would indeed be very bad. Okay, there is a bit of water left here. And as I say, we seem to play by Minecraft rules, which means you've got blocks of water until you delete them, and you delete them by placing other things over them, and then they just disappear. So, that's not too bad. I can come in here with some of this stuff and just go, right, I would like there to not be water there, thank you. I'd also like there to not be water there, thank you very much. And then, when this thing comes back again, we'll dig all of that out. So, right, I can now climb in here. There we go. Ooh, yeah, we've had an obstacle in the way. Good, I thought I'd left a pylon in the way, so that's quite nice. It stopped at that point. Now, if we do have an underground fire, at least we have water quite nearby, so it could be a lot worse. All right, so you head back over that way, and then we'll work it out from there. In the meantime... Oh, we didn't even go all the way back to the corner because I brought some of these out there. Excellent. Right, so let's go back out here. Let's lay some more pipe. I want you to go from there. No, we'd like you to come to here first. Okay, that works. No, it doesn't. Alright, I will put in a fixed point there, like that. And then we can run the pipe all the way down here. Chase the thingamawatsit. Had we gone about 200, hadn't we? So I can do a full pipe run here. And then worry about sticking in another pump fairly soon. Now, how far do we need to go with this? I think we probably want to go all the way basically as far as it'll let us, and then work out what we're going to do from there. Okay, so we'll run that to here like that. That's fine. Then I come back over this way and get some more cable out, and I'd like to go from there, and then along here. Just basically, I'm going to need power down here, so let's just keep placing these things there, there, there. There, and oh, I take it back. I've overstretched this pipe. I thought I had 100 left on this one, but apparently not. That is now to complexity of 304. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go here because there is a convenient pylon right here. So if we cut the pipe here, then it means I don't have to run an excessively long cable, and everything is just already in basically the right place. So I now want to knock out a chunk of the ceiling like that, and a tiny bit more like that. And then I can put in another pump here, like so, and then run power to it like that. And then we go, there we go. All is both hunky and dory. We've got the fracking fluid all the way over to here. And if I look at the map, I am now currently under land, which is nice because that means I can pop the pipe straight upwards here and come out in a sensible place. Now, let's have another look at that ore vein. Right, okay, that's convenient because it slopes away from me here. So I could just dig a tunnel straight down to 57 at this point. Let's do that and then work things out from there. So, for my next trick, I will have this go downwards. And it wasn't 57, it was to 57, which was 32. So confirm that and say go. And I think this should just work, TM. Crunch, 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 crunch. Right, so we're now down at and level with this. Okay, there's our first ore vein. There's one more round that side, and there's one more round the back. So we'll dig a tunnel straight through this way for. Well, that one's at minus 1438. So we want to go 1438. So we want to go 50 that way. Ooh, they've improved the user interface. It used to be when you click, if the thing was turning while you're trying to type into what you're trying, when you're trying to click on these buttons, you didn't rotate with it. The drill rotated around you, and it was really hard to click on the buttons. So that's a really no, stop. I forgot to set it to go horizontally. I also don't know how far we went. Can we go down one? Is that going to be possible? No. Oh well, this will do. Right, now we'll go forwards and still 50. Sigh. That was not meant to happen. You know what? Let's just cover it up and forget it. Pretend it never happened. There we go. And now it's all fine. Okay, it's not a different colour of soil or anything. Right, so that can bimble off that way. Next, we'll come back up here, because I am going to need power down this hole. So we'll grab you to there, and there, and there, and I guess... Actually, no, forget that one. Take that back out. If I go from there to there, then I can run it down here without it looking silly. Here we go. We'll put it there for now. Right. And then somewhere along here, if I get out the pingometron again, we can ping, and there we go. There is the ore patch. There's the ore vein. So now I need to dig out a chonking great hole here. Like this. And maybe I should have driven the mining drill a little bit closer so I didn't have to do all this by hand. But I think it's also, you need a certain amount of space. You need a certain amount of space behind your vein miners as well. So it's best not to go in too close with them, with your main tunnel, or you're going to find that you just don't have any space to operate. This is probably a bit too far. I think you only need about 5 or 10, but still, never mind. It's going to work. I'm also slightly too low. That's not actually a problem because the tunnel is high enough. I just need to create a little bit of a platform to put everything on there. So there's one side. I also want to have room to move around the drills when I put them in. And there's the other side. Excellent. So now we've got, there's one of them because they're 5 wide, and then there's the other one. So let's put in. Okay, I need to tunnel out this way as well. I was actually in exactly the right place for the first one with the tunnel I dug, which I'm really quite impressed by, because that sort of level of accuracy is kind of unprecedented by my standards. Missed. So let's just dig all of this out because I can. There we go. And now I can put in a little bit of floor area like this. I could use foundation. I'm not going to. This stuff is free. Okay, we'll fill in the hole over here as well. There we go. Lovely. And then I can go in here. I can find my vein miners, which are these guys. They're called ore vein miners. It's a good thing I wasn't looking under V for them. And we'll put it this way around. And that should butt up nicely. Please. Is that the right place? Yeah. There. And then I should be able to put another one in right next to it. There. I seem to have left a slight gap at the front of them. I don't think that actually matters. Once we power them, these drills will pop out and they'll start digging. Excellent. So, we need to then power them. So that means I need to run a cable from there to there and to there to... yes, I remember. You can't actually connect very many things to the wall-mounted pylons, which is a bit annoying. So I'm going to have to put in several of these because we're going to need. We're not going to need. Yes, we are going to need inserters here for a freight elevator. So I'll put in 1, 2, 3, and then we'll carry on off down this way like this. And grumble a little bit about it. But at least that's going to give me capacity to then run from there to there and from there to there. and then boom, these will kick in, and they will start mining out the coal. So you can see the drill out is spinning merrily. That one's extended to spinning merrily. Good. So there is now coal available on both of these outputs. That's what we're going for. I would like to have more coal than this, however. So before I put in the belts and the elevators and all of that sort of stuff, I'm going to come along here and I'm going to have a look at this thing. Right. So if we get out the scanner, the pinger again, we can go ping, and we can see that the one over there is now we're at 66. Oh, okay. We're 3. We are 3 beyond it, so we need to go out another. I'm going to say another 10. I think 10 might be overkill, but as I said before, I'd rather be too far out than not far enough. So we'll push this through a little bit further, like this. Then we'll rotate, and then we'll go 100 that way, I guess. That's a fairly arbitrary number, but I suspect it's going to be enough. So we're at 620 something. Yeah, it was still in 600 and somethings. That's 667. So we can run this way. That one, the next one is at 701. So we might actually just about be going. Yeah, we're going far enough this way that that's going to work as well. So I'll ride through here, and I'll probably jump out at about the point we get to opposite. Oh, this is only a single one as well, which is is fine. We don't really care exactly how big they are. There's a Yoda quote in here somewhere, but if I start saying things like that, then Persistent will threaten to demonetize me again. No, the vein mines can't be connected to each other, which is unusual. Most high voltage things will allow you to connect them to another one of the same thing. So a solar panel can be connected to can have 2 connections, one of which has to be a pylon, and the other of which can be an additional solar panel. So you basically each one can be a solar panel or a either they can both be solar panels, and one of them can be a pylon. So you can have one pylon connecting to your first solar panel, and then you can have a cable going from first solar panel to second solar panel to third solar panel, and so on. But you can't go from solar panel off straight into a battery. You need to have another. That needs to come from a separate separate pylon for. There. Vein miners, on the other hand, don't seem to have that ability, which is a bit of a shame. It would be nice, but oh well, never mind. It just means a couple of extra pylons every so often. So put you there, put you about here somewhere. Yeah, there. And here, this one will only need 1 pylon because there is only going to be one thing here that requires power, and that is the vein miner. We're not going to need low voltage power. We're not going to need elevators. We're not going to need anything along here. We can just run power from there straight into the mining drill like that. Right, how fast are you? 160 a minute. So we're going to have 3 of them running at 160 a minute each. So a green belt is going to easily be able to supply that. 160, 320 for 2. So yeah, it's capable of doing 4 of these. So I could carry on down there and get the other one. But I think for now I'm going to not bother. I will dig the hole. I think, because I might as well, but I won't actually bother connecting up the ore vein. So that's 1406. So we want to get. Let's just go another 100. Have we got? How much fuel have we got? 6. Okay. Well, we're not going to get very far with that because we've run out of fuel. In that case, you know what? We won't bother with this. We'll pull this machine out. So I have it in my pockets, and then in the future, if we come back here needing more coal, we can just drill through there and get to put in another 2 mines. Yes, I will indeed pick the drill ship back up. I only make that mistake a few times at a time. Right, so now we can start fitting these in as actual. Start putting in the actual belts. So you go to there, and then zoop, and I'm going to come along. Actually, I'm going to come along here because then. Actually, I didn't need to come along here. I was going to say because then there's more room. No, not there. I was going to say because then I can have both these come down and still fit in the joiners to join them. But actually, I don't need that much space. I do need more character inventory space though, apparently. So what do I? Oh, I had another 106 biomass. I could have gone along. I had another 100 biomass. I could have gone further. Never mind. Alright, so pick up that and that. Oh wait, it have to be that. And I'll pick up that one as well, just for simplicity's sake. Right, so we will have the belt will come down and to there, and then we'll put in one of those there, and that will be a green belt of coal. Well, it won't be a green belt of coal, actually. It'll be most of a green belt of coal. What did I say? That's 3/4 of a green belt of coal, which isn't too bad. Right, how have I done my tunnel up here? My tunnel is... Okay, my tunnel is there. Right, so I don't want to have the elevator going straight up here because it'll interfere in the tunnel. I want to have it off to the side of the tunnel. So now it's time to do a little bit more drilling. I'm only going to use the 3x3 for this one. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. And then 1, 2, 3, and 1 more like that. And then I can pull out one of my freight elevators, and we'll use a blue one because why would we use anything less? He says, try and spot it. There it is. Stick in a freight elevator like so, and then we go up top side and put in the other half of it. That's fine. But we will also need a trench across here like this. And actually, I'm going to dig out some more space over here because I didn't really plan ahead here. I just thought, well, I'm going to need to put the freight elevator in, but also I'm going to need to put in the transformer. But that can be tucked in the corner too, I think. How big are they? I've forgotten. Transformer is that guy. He is 4x3. So I could put it here, stick out to here, and that get in the way of the belts. Okay, so I'm going to need to go a little bit further in this way. Maybe I should just put it actually in the wall here, in the opposite wall. I think that's probably far enough in, though, to be honest. So that means I can now put down some foundation across here, zoop, like that, just like that, and then I can get out my transformer, and I can put him in here like that, and then he's going to get power from there, boink, like that, and then I've got room for 2 belts to come in here should I end up needing them. So we've now got electricity down here. That means I can put in a loader like that, and then I can run the belt from here. Behave. I can run the belt from here to here, and I've got it going round like that. Because that means when inevitably, if in the future I need to bring in another belt, it can come in along here and go into there as well. Now, I probably won't ever need that because there's only 5 things on this floor, and I could just use 4 of them and have plenty of supply of coal. So I probably won't, but never mind. Anyway, that is some coal. Isn't that lovely? For my next trick, I'll come back up here and then get out the laser, still in the 3x3 configuration, and go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then okay, persistent. Well, that's probably for the best. We'll see you back in a minute or few. Put that in there, and then we go. Oh wait, but you know what else I need for this? I also need electricity. So we will run. Where's the best place to put that? I could put it coming up here, but then it would have to go out into the side of the hole, and I don't really want that. Unless I have it go all round, all the way underneath here. Yeah, let's not think things through remotely properly. Let's dig a tunnel all the way around the edge of the thingamawhat's-it. The elevator till I get to here, at which point I can then go over to the 1x1 and go down here like this till I get to the bottom of the elevator like this. Goes down further than I expect. There's the bottom like this. Then I can put in some of this stuff and I go into vertical drag, and then I can go whoop, fly right back up the hole and go, yeah, I'd like you to come up to here, please. Then I can get out the laser like this. At this point, it occurs to me I could have put the... No, out of vertical. I could have put the transformer at the top. I don't think there's any actual good reason to put the transformer at the top. I don't think it makes any difference. I'd have still needed this drop going down there. And I'd still need the power cables going down to power the vein miners. So actually, in this particular case, I don't think it matters whether I put it at the top or the bottom. Right. Then I can put that there. I can switch it over to... Oh, it's an exerter already. So it's this one. You can be an inserter. That would help. There we go. Pump the coal in there. Then I go back up here. And we get some belt. And we go from here. We go... Well, we'll go along this side of the tunnel because why not? Build that out to here. Yeah, this one has a total build length of 114. So, who knows? Then, before I leave, I'm going to come over to here and go, right, yes, I also want to have this fracking fluid come out of here. So I'll switch back over to the laser, and then I would like a tunnel to the surface, please. And I'll run smack into the ore vein. Great. I'm on the... Oh no, I'm not on the very last edge square of the ore vein. It needs to be at least 3 or 4 further back. Okay. All right. Well, we'll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll go here instead. Is this going to be okay? Yes. Here is acceptable. Right, so once again, dig a tunnel up and 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 up like this. And then realise that I'm going to need a tunnel going back down again. I'm going to need another hole because we're going to need to bring the power out for the fracking tower as well. But let's at least put the fracking tower down first. So, this fracking thing goes in about here somewhere. And I want to have... So the pipe's going to come out there, as is the electricity. The tower's going to be about here. So I want to have the ports pointing towards where my robot guy is. So, let's go in here. I want to place a fracking... I've got 2 fracking tower bases. I didn't need to make another one. Oh, for goodness sake. Right, okay. We'll put you here. And then, oh yes, then we need the magic clipboard. So I go in... No, I go... Where is it? There it is, number 6. 60139. Thank you. It's a bit easier to find this time because it's quite close to the fracking tower. But yeah, thank you. That is going to be useful to know. Frack yeah. And it's the wrong way round because look, there's the 2 ports. Right, so the panel has to be on the far side of it. So we'll pull that back out again because it's wrong. And this is one of my gripes with the game at the moment, is that I don't know how to tell whether I'm putting down my tower things the right way round or not. All I can really do is go, okay, well, we'll try again. And this time, okay, I noted where the panel was this time. So we'll flip it round, put it in the other way round this time and see if that's any better. Drop it in like that. And then we can boop it with the boopometron. And then we go, yes, this time, the 2 inputs over here, these things, the pipe connection and the power connection, are indeed on the same side as the robot. So over here, we would like to have a tower. Yes, we would like to have a tower. We're just going to make this as big as possible because why not, basically. Tower. Okay, that's as tower as possible. And then we can put a top on it. There we go. And now we start construction. And then the drone ships will come over and they'll build the whole thing for us. And that's lovely. So eventually, we're going to have to bring power and fracking fluid up to here. In the meantime, I need to make this hole bigger so we can get power up here as well. Do I want to do it here? Or do I want to bring power up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I want to bring the power up here, actually. Because then they won't sort of interfere with each other and it just sort of feels neater. So, get this back out again. Zap, zap. Zap, 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 zap. I do like that the mining laser is now nice and quick. Do you remember back in the... Or even going through stone, it's not too bad. Remember back in the bad old days when I was having to use the little handheld mining drill? That was very, very slow. Let's fill that back in again. Right, so here is new hole. Same as the... No, not quite the same as the old hole. So we'll pull that out. And I want to get this, and we go from there to there. And then I want to link up, I do want to link up to there, so everything still has power. Then I'm going to need to drill a bit more of a hole there for me to get my robot in. Then I can switch back over to the cable and go from there. Zoop. Too much, too much, much too much. Too little, too much. There. And there. And I guess we'll put one on the top here. Or maybe no, we'll just put a proper pylon in at this point. So go from here. I would like to have, what's the button for a different pylon? Middle? Yes. Go to a small pylon like that. And another one like that. I can't remember which side the power connection is on, but that doesn't really matter. From there, it's easily going to reach either of them. And then the pipe can do similarly. So if I drop back down here again. Go in the hole. Ah. These 1x1 holes are handy for running sort of infrastructure like pipe through, but my god, it can be frustrating to try and deal with. Right, so we're going to put in I'll put in a T-piece here just because why not? I don't really have a good reason to do so, but I feel like, is this going to work? No. Yeah, just in case I ever want to go further on with that. I don't think I will, but, you know, might as well. Right, so now you should... Yes, there we go. That's full of fracking fluid. And hopefully is not too long a pipe. Let's check that. Complexity 57. Excellent. So there's easily going to be enough complexity left to get from there to whichever one of these two is required. Lovely. So that is now most of the way there. We've got the fracking tower is in place. It's not connected up yet. The coal mining is in place, but is also not properly connected up yet. And if I go back down, is this the hole? I can't see because I'm an exhaust stream. Yes, it is. Right. So let's mark this one for future hole purposes. It's always important to know where your hole is. There we go. I should be able to spot that from the sky. Actually, there we go. I should easily be able to spot that from the sky now. Yeah, that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. So I can drop it. I can drop into here. That'll take me back down into the tunnel system. Boink. Oh yeah, and then I have to run down here and down here. Actually, this should probably. You know what? For the sake of my sanity, what's left of it, let's punch through here as well. Just to make it a bit easier to get out of the hole, back into the main tunnel. Yes, it's important to keep track of my holes. Otherwise, who knows what could happen. Pop. Right, there we go. So we've got the pipe bringing in the fracking fluid, we've got the cable bringing in the electricity, and then we've got the belt that will be taking away the coal once I've actually, built the whole thing. So at this point, we're very nearly there. We just need to wait for the fracking tower to be fracking finished. And then, well, I mean, it's going to work for a good long time, even without finishing the fracking tower, because there's quite a lot of ore available for the veins, even without fracking it up. Oh, you're not wrong. I am very careless with my holes. Yeah, they're quite subtle. You see, that's the problem. I don't want to make them too obvious. Well, actually, that's not true. I keep having to signpost them a little bit, but often they're quite subtle and fairly small and difficult to spot. Right, here we go. This is where we're getting close to the copper mining area, so we'll come around another corner there. And I fairly deliberately went along the right-hand side of the tunnel here, because that means that that's the opposite side to where the copper ore is going. So we can run straight past here. However, it is the same side as the stone is running, so I guess we'll get to here, and then we'll just go up. Because the stone is only temporary. The stone is only here, is only coming from a nearby stone mine. And then we can go back down to ground level again like this. I didn't mean me, I meant the belt. Oh, no we can't. There is a belt of copper there. Okay, that's fine. We have a lot of resources coming through here, so I'm resigned to potentially having to have multiple layers of belts coming through here. There is a gap here. I could have run along that gap, but that would have required going sort of all the way across. And I don't see any real reason not to just carry on at this slightly higher level. It's fine. It's slightly more fiddly when I get to a restart point like that, where I've built as much belt as I can and I have to then kind of start again. But it's not too bad. There. And then zoop. Yes, all of my holes are definitely separate from each other. Although technically they're all connected inside, and by inside I mean underground. So yes. Well, mostly connected. There are actually a few that genuinely are discrete from it and completely separate from all of the other holes. But most of them, most of the tunnels, most of them do just link up to the main tunnel system like this. So yeah, I'd say they're. I'd say that actually that technically means they're not discrete. I know. I was being. I was playing with the language, as is my way. Right, where are we at this point? So we are somewhere. Ah, I've overshot. I'd like to come out about here. But this way. So I guess we start. We dig the standard tunnel at this point, I guess, because who knows how much coal we're going to want to transport through here. We might need a 5x5 tunnel. And also this means we can link up to any other 5x5 tunnels in the vicinity as well. Not there should be any here, I don't think. As we go this way, there's the big tunnel that comes across here and then goes down here. But if I dig through this way, I don't think I'll hit any. There is a smaller tunnel here. There is a tunnel here, but that's a separate one. That's quite a lot higher up, and that only goes out to the the teleoxide up there. So that's separate. We could just dig straight through here and not find that one. In fact, you know what? I probably should run a tunnel from here all the way through to over here somewhere, because then if I ever want to bring coal over to my steam power area, then I could. Now, I don't see any need to use steam power or geothermal power at the moment because we have the massive banks of solar. But it's there. It could be there if necessary. That could potentially be useful. Anyway, we won't be doing that just now. Let's pull out a few more bits of belt there so we can go across here a bit more neatly. Right, now that I've dug out that space, I can put the I can get vein again. No, I can't. Not vein. I can get boring again with this guy. He goes here, and we are currently at 140 something, and we would like to be at 82. So we want to go about 60. Because I'm going to knock out this this landing pad. There's no point in this anymore. So I want to go forwards about 60 and then put in a lift. So we'd like to set you to 60. I really like this drill ship, apart from the fact that it keeps running out of fuel. Can I put just straight up coal in it? I can. Nice. So we'll use that and see how far it gets. I can't then put biomass in as a secondary fuel. That would be rather nice to have, but it is not a feature of this mining drill. Right, how fast does this use up the coal? Still on 6. It's kind of hard to tell. Did I put in 6? 5. 4. And we're halfway. So it's just about managing. Yes, a poon or play on words. I am probably fairly known for my poons. Come on. 0. Right, where am I? At risk of sounding like the guy from Nightmare. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this'll do. So I'll put in I'll pick up the drill. Pop. There we go. And now I can dig out another space for an elevator like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to need... no, I do want this tool. We're going to need power across here somehow. So I guess we'll go through to about here and go up there. That can stay as stone. I want to put foundation in across there and up that way. That's going to go all the way up and out and into the real world. Then, because there's going to be power up there, it's going to be really, really easy to link in at that point. And then I need one of these guys. You go in here, but you're going to be a bottom like that. And then we're going to need an input on here like that. Then we can come through here. We can go, oh look, the coal has arrived. So we go from there. I want to go up 1, and I want to go across, and then I just want to go down 1 because oh, and then I want to go, oh, I've run out of belt. Okay, well, for now, but only for now, we'll turn this into a blue, at least for the last part of it, just because what else can you do? So I can go to there, then we find we have no power, but that's fine, because we know about that, and we're going to do something about it. So, I'm going to start digging upwards here, like this, and then we're probably going to go right into the bottom of the landing pad, which does at least mean I'll have power, but it is going to be in the way of putting in the top of the elevator and everything associated with it. Oh no, just missed it. That's really neat. Awesome. Alright, let's go back down. Ha! We also find here is lots and lots of other bits of the factory. Okay, well, you know what, let's link in here as well for reasons of redundancy. I can drop down here, bop, and I go vertical, and I go fly, my pretty. Apparently that is as far as I can go. No, fly, you fool. Okay, we'll build to here, because why not? And then just start again from here, and come up and link that in. Come on. No. Link that from there to there. There we go. Lovely. And then, I suppose we put in the top of the elevator at this point. I don't see any reason not to just put it here, although this will be a top, of course. So we'll put that like that. And then we go, what's going on over here? Oh, I see. Right, okay. So we then come over here and go, actually, no. This is all useless. Can I get a little bit more belt from here? Yes, but probably not enough to be actually useful. I mean, I'm really, really close to my moor. Like, it would be very, very easy to go back and get some more belt. I'm just being astonishingly lazy. This also needs to go down 2 levels. So having this floating up in the air like that is completely unnecessary. But sometimes it's nice to have a few little bits and pieces that are there for historical reasons, shall we say. Like, I'll probably leave this landing pad here, even though it doesn't do anything particularly useful at this point. I'll just bring this over to here, and then down, and then here and here. There we go. So now that is going to be a solid green belt, which will hopefully never, ever, ever be interrupted. Why are you not digging? Is it because you don't like that rock? Why are you not turning into a proper elevator? Did I put a weird speed one down at the bottom? Am I going to have to go down and have a look? Yes, appears to be the answer to this. Where is the elevator? Just there. Okay. If I go down here, then I'll run into that and not be able to get anywhere. Great. I want to go down next to the existing foundation stack so I can tell when I've gone all the way down, because I can't remember. Even though I've been using the same height everywhere, I can't remember what height my standard tunnels are at. Oh, actually, it wouldn't have mattered because this does actually bring me out to outside. Why are you sad? Building at height. Oh. Oh. This is trying to go through the middle of something here. Now, this isn't actually doing anything. What? Oh, you were a drill. You were a drill? What? What were you drilling? The hell? When was there ever anything here? How is this an ore patch? Okay, let's remove all of this stuff because it's utter nonsense. In fact, let's do it automatically. There to there. What is all this nonsense? And in fact, let's remove that and that because it's no longer connected to anything. What was this? Oh, this was the coal. This was my first coal mine. Of course it was. That's why it's that's why it's here, and that's why it's sort of in the way of everything. Right, so let's pull all of this back out again so the elevator can be placed properly. There now shouldn't be anything in the way. It should be able to dig its way through here without any problems. Oh wait, no, hang on. Where is the... Which side is the elevator on? It's... Okay, it's there. It said problem at height 134. Oh, there's another something. No, there isn't. There's nothing under here. Did I put in the right speeds? Is there one at the bottom? No, they've got an even number of both of them. So it's not like I put in a 4 at the top and a 2 at the bottom. This guy seems to be happy. Let's put him back in again. Just in case there's a glitch of some kind. That's weird. I don't understand what's going wrong here. Something is clearly wrong, but I don't know what, and I don't understand. Right, you. Freight elevator construction blocked by building at a height 134. Let's remove it. Right, so we've got the blue lines coming down. Let's put the elevator back in again. It's definitely a speed elevator 4 type. So it needs to be a bottom. We need to go there. And it's blocked by a building at a height 134. Let's go back up again. Have a look. See what happens at 134. This is the thing that is at 134. How is it blocked? Do I need to have solid ground under it? Let's try it. Let's see if that's the thing. No, I've made elevators floating in the air before. That hasn't been a problem. There we go. There's some solid ground for you. Oh, it's this thing. This is in the way. There we go. Now it works. Okay. So there was some unfortunate overlap. Despite the fact that it was all placeable, there was some unfortunate overlap between the landing pad and the elevator. So I have had to get rid of the landing pad, which is a shame. But c'est la vie. It wasn't actually all that necessary anymore, so yeah, we'll just get rid of all of this then. I suppose I might as well get rid of all of this. There's no point in having all of this foundation here. It's a little bit of a shame, because in a way it was sort of nice having the history there, but if it's going to make things not work, then there's no point in having it. Actually, if I get rid of that, then we'll lose the power because that's where its power is being brought in. All right, I'll just go from there. I said I'll just go from there to there. Then remove that bit. Zoop. And now we've just got a little bit of soil where I've been building. It's like when you put a tent down after it's been up for a couple of weeks, and you see the marks on the grass from where it was. Right. So the elevator is still attempting to set itself up, and it's got, I don't know, that far. Ooh, that looks like it's reached the bottom. Boop, and there we go. Now we should see some coal coming up here, pretty sharpish. There it is. And we should have a nice green belt of coal pouring out here. Lovely. So that goes down here through all the belts in, and then off into the factory. We've got a green belt going at the moment, which is pretty good. I mean, it's a decent amount. I do wonder if I should come back over here and put that. So there was a logistics chest here that was storing stuff up. I kind of feel like it might be worth putting that in here as a buffer and have a bajillion. Yeah, in fact, let's do that. Let's take out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and let's put in the logistics chest that I picked up from here. That's this guy. You go here, and then we put down a couple of inserters like that and like that. We turn you round, and then we belt in like this. Boink. And then over here we put in some blue belt, and we just upgrade the whole thing like that. And then we go, oh wait, well, that means we're going to need to upgrade all of the splitters as well. Let's go to here and go that one. Have I got enough? Probably. Yes. Then come back over here and go, right, number 5, upgrade you, upgrade you, upgrade you. So at this point, it's not actually going to help because we've got a green belt going in, we've got a blue belt coming out, so we are just going to get a green belt's worth coming out over here. But once it's been filled back up again, we will have a buffer that will hopefully allow things to work a little bit better. And at some point, I wouldn't be at all surprised if I end up needing to run more belts out of that thing there. So we'll see how that goes. So at the moment, there we go. Still a blue belt over here with admittedly not a great deal on it. And then when it comes out over here, it has become a green belt. That is because somewhere underground in there is a... Why has the robot landing point got a massive hole underneath it? That seems mean. Like if I summon BB-8, does he immediately fall in the hole? No. What? Okay, I am curious and also mean. What happens if I dig out a couple of holes here? Yeah, he does fall in. Okay, maybe that was mean. Can I summon him again? Yep, and he just falls in the hole. Okay, that's really cruel. Never mind. Right, can I see down this tunnel to the other end, and in order to upgrade the splitter? Maybe. I don't think you can do upgrades over quite that sort of distance. No. Maybe if I come from the other end. I can't see. Well, maybe I could reach it from here, actually. No, just as aim closer. I haven't found a way to randomly teleport the others to me yet, so when I do, maybe that'll be when. There it is. Right, so I can now go. I want to put in a better splitter here, and that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 squares away from me. So if I pop back up here and fill this hole in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I dig an inspection hole here, there we go. Now I can get at that conveyor belt, that splitter. Now that's kind of pointless at this point because I've upgraded. This is as high as the upgrades go. A tier 4 belt and therefore tier 4 splitters and yada 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 is top of the range. But you know, it's nice. It's nice to future-proof, kind of. Yeah. Over here we're still yellow. That's a bit terrible. And I guess there's no point in being all the way up at blue right over here because the chances of enough throughput getting to this point is fairly slim. But we can try a little bit. Right, so that goes underneath there, and then pops up. Presumably, my tunnels tend to be fairly straight. Yeah, there we go. That's going in here at full blue belt speed now. Excellent. So that is now providing all of the crushed coal we need for this to kick back in again, which means we're making... I have no idea what we're even making here. Is this paint? Or something ridiculous like fracking fluid or... whatever it is. Oh, or alumic acid. Okay. So we're making a load more of that now. We've got a decent amount of coal flowing in. So that's going to allow basically all of the rest of the production to kick back in again and start working. Hopefully. So yeah, as I say, the hope is that in not too long we'll find that we've got up to speed, we've got a little bit of a buffer ready to be built up, and this belt will start backing up a little bit and stop flowing absolutely flat out through here. At the moment, that is not happening. We've got a solid green belt coming in. Sure, that's great. But we don't have... but we're going to have a bit more going through, actually. Because there's a buffer in there. There we go. The buffer's gone now. So yeah, we can have our solid green belt going in here, in at the bottom of here. So we'll have we've only got a green belt's worth coming out. But, briefly... We can chuck a load of coal down here, and hopefully things will catch up and start kind of behaving themselves. And in the fullness of time, which is a little bit of a vague comment, in the fullness of time, this should back up again and all be okay. Because when the coal was coming over by aircraft, it was fine. We had enough being brought. The system downstream from here was absolutely fine. We had a green belt going out, and that was satisfying the entire factory. Now we've got a blue belt going out, so in theory it's certainly more, except we've only got one green belt coming in. So we've got the same amount of coal going through, but with, once it fills up, a bit of capacity for burstiness and buffer. And so because it was okay before, it should be okay still. However, there are some enormous buffers to be filled up. So there are lots and lots of machines that use coal, whether it's crushed coal for making alumic acid, apparently. I suppose that maybe getting the sulfur out of it in order to make sulfuric acid. I wouldn't like to say. Then there's all of the coal for going into all the steel production. So if we look at, just here, the coal is flowing steadily into these machines. The crushers are running hard. We've got coal. We've got coal coming through there, being made into steel ore, which is then coming through to be made into actual steel. And so we've got steel flowing, but we've had a shortage of steel for so long that it's going to take a little while for this to settle down and become acceptable, to become sufficient. So that's going to take some time. And then there's all these buffers down here, and then this is going off down to the robots that are going to be hungry. And then there's the other steel production, the underground one, that's producing a lot more steel in theory, and that needs to bring in a lot of coal in order to get all of its buffers filled back up again. And then we need to fill up the buffer on the steel belt along here, which is pouring into all of these robot types in order to make more of the hover things that I stole earlier, and all the way down the line. So there's a lot of filling up of buffers needed now that we've actually got the coal up and working again. And so it's a little bit, well, it's going to take a little while for it to all get up and running. So while I'm waiting for that to actually happen, I mean, I could go and run a second coal belt from the other end, and that's a thing that might be worth considering. But in the meantime, are all of my construction aircraft here? No, they're all off and doing stuff. So does that mean, in fact, one of these has gone as well. So that tells me that we're still building the fracking tower over there, which is a little bit alarming. Maybe that's because the material for building the fracking tower, yes, there we go, required steel, so we probably ran out of it, and so we're having to then send a load more over and try and get things up and running again. So maybe that's why it hasn't got built yet. But that does mean, in the meantime, I can come along here and I can set up a load more instructions for demolition over here, because we are trying. I'd like to sort of neaten this whole area up, so I'm going to go from there to there. That's as big as I can go. 38, it turns out. And then all the way up like that. 31. And then down here again. Well, problem is, at this point, I don't know where to continue from. Oh, actually, I do, because I could go from there. If I go from, but then I'll be left with some random little bits and chaff on the top. But I suppose I can come back and claim those later. So we'll tell this to dig to here. And then all the way down to ground level. Down to ground level like this. Let's do it from outside because this looks weird. Yeah, there. That's marked all of that for deconstruction. I suppose I should also then mark from there to there and upwards for demolition as well, just to get rid of all of that. That didn't work quite as I intended it to. We seem to have got a load in here that is not... Oh, I went too far. That's kind of okay, but only kind of. So I then want to go... Except I didn't line it up properly, oh, for goodness sake. So let's do another one from here to here to here. And then from here to here to here. Right, so that's going to square off this whole area because we've got a nice neat line drawn basically all the way along here and going all the way down to what I'm considering to be ground level. It's quite a lot further back and in than what we were doing before, but never mind. Hello, Persistent. Welcome to Laurence digs out enormous quantities of this mountain just because he can. And then we'll go from here. Let's go from there and do it all again. Let's do another block of it because I would like this to look a bit neater rather than having this sort of slightly scattered, slightly jagged edge going all the way along. So bring this again back down to here. There we go. We can knock all of that out. And then I suppose I need to then do the same up here to get the top bit of it. Because this is an embarrassingly large mountain, should we say. I've ended up having to dig out. It's quite tall, so I've been having to dig out a lot more than I would have if I'd gone in any sort of useful more sensible direction. So let's do that bit as well. And then, well, yeah, there we go. So we can now see we've got lots of the mining ships flying around overhead. They're sitting down, lots and lots of bots to do lots and lots of digging. That's all going really nicely, and yeah, we'll chip away at this mountain and allow me to make a nice, neat sort of hole going all the way around here. Eventually, I'm going to need to carry on, just carry on digging out and out and out, and probably until I pop out over that sea over there. So it's going to take a while, but never mind. In the meantime, while we wait for that to do useful things, actually that's not a particularly useful thing. Well, we'll just leave that running. In the meantime, I'm going to head back over to the new coal vein area and put in another and make sure the fracking and hook up the fracking tower, which I'm hoping has been properly built now. This is what fracking tower looks like when it's finished, and it's got a couple of connections on the side where you need to bring in power and goop, and then you feed those in, and then it fracks. Lovely. And we should have another one visible over here. Now, there's not going to be very much infrastructure visible on this for this one. The only thing that's above ground for the coal mine is the fracking tower itself. Everything else is neatly hidden. There it is neatly hidden away underground, with the possible exception of my channel tunnel thing that's going on down there. Potentially, but I do find that when I try and use the orbital lasers, things tend to go a bit wrong, and I make a mess and I blow up things I didn't want to blow up. And also, to an extent, it doesn't matter because it's just robot time, and who cares about robot time? They can just, it's just something for them to get on with while I'm off doing other things. Boink. Most of the time, I'm not in a hurry waiting for them to do things. And also, yeah, as I say, I'd definitely make an absolute mess with the orbital laser and break lots and lots of things that I actually care about. What would probably be more sensible would be to use the tunnel digging machine and have that just sort of run up and down, up and down, up and up, across, down, across, up, across, down, across, and take out chunks, big chunks like that. But I haven't. Right, let's see if I need to turn this guy on. Yes, boop. Right, immediately fills up with fracking liquid because we've got plenty of that, and fracks away merrily. Good. So we've got now over here, we've got the one drill over here, 2 drills down here. We've got a fracking tower that's making sure they never run out. Got a nice big ore vein here. I didn't put anywhere near the centre. These ore veins are huge. Ping, ping. Yeah, if it hadn't been for the way it is, I'd probably put the fracking tower somewhere in the middle of it. But actually, this bit was sticking out and was just so convenient. I thought I might as well put it there. And also, it's the lowest part of the whole thing. Also, there is one block there of ore vein that I'm not going to be able to do anything about because these are indestructible. So this is just going to float here, taunting me, and I don't like that. Oh well, never mind. All right, let's go and have a look for my tunnel. See what it looks like from out here. There it is. Yes, I have not really landscaped that very much, have I? Yeah, it's functional. I could do a little bit of landscaping, I suppose. Where's my stone? Where is my stone? Let's get some stone. So I can make that completely flat across there, so there isn't that divot. And then you want me to manscape my hole, do you? I could could put that in there, and then I could put another row in under here and have it come out an extra one, and then fill that in and that in like that. Now it looks like a staircase. It still doesn't look very natural. We don't have the nice sort of sweeping curves that you have, but it's certainly better than it was before. It's slightly more natural. I imagine the sticky out bit is also resistant to the orbital laser, but you know what? We'll go back and find out. Hello, Tobias. Welcome. Let's go and poke the sticky outy bit with the orbital laser, because I am curious. I would imagine it's going to be resistant to absolutely everything, because otherwise that would be a rather easy game-breaking, what's name, of the sort that certain YouTubers rather enjoy finding. I imagine it's just completely indestructible, but there's no harm in testing it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, I think the orbital laser is just equivalent to putting explosives on a thing. And as you can see, it is completely unscathed. I thought I was just going to fly straight over the top and go into the water. I could put a few of those on there and... yeah. I was going to say it's not even scratched, but it is scratched, but I don't think I caused those scratches. Yeah, exactly. The Minecraft bedrock is also supposed to be indestructible, but where there's a goal, where there's any sort of weakness, players will find a way to taunt and poke into it. Ooh, you've just got it. That's good timing to get for getting it, actually, because they have just released an updated version with some new toys in it. I don't have enough bells to add another one. So there's a few things, like there's achievements have been added in, which, well, as soon as I loaded the game, I got 62 of them. Oh, an oil patch. That could be handy, except it's in not a particularly useful place. And they've added in what are functionally equivalent to the beacons in Minecraft. For the beacons in Factorio, they've added in things that you can find as you explore the world, which I'm probably not going to find any of because I've already generated the world. And I think they've added in tunnels and things as well. I'm just looking at the ground as I fly because I have seen. I loaded up the when they did the early access for the update, which when it wasn't compatible with existing save games, I did install it and then opened up a new game with it and had a quick look around. And the artifacts that you can pick up are fairly obvious. They look like sort of bits of technology just sitting on the landscape. So I'm having a bit of a look as I fly back, but I don't think I'm going to see any because all of this area has been pre-generated in the old game engine, and the same for any sort of caves and underground shenaniganery. I think I'm left to my own shenanigans, or left to only have my own shenanigans because once again generated in the older version. And you can see over here how the digging is getting on. That's quite nice. And somebody told me after I grumbled a bit about how I didn't seem to have very many aircraft out doing the digging for me in a previous... I can't remember whether it was a stream or a video. Apparently, you have one aircraft per chunk. So that aircraft that's casting its shadow here has come out to do this one and is now rotating and is about to fly off like that. And that one, well, okay, that one's flying off because it's full. But that one won't come back to here because that chunk's done. So then we have the aircraft doing this chunk. There's one aircraft doing this chunk, one doing this chunk, one doing this chunk, and so it's fairly likely. So that's why when I had a really tall section over here, there was only one aircraft actually out here digging away at it, which was a little bit frustrating because it would have been nice to have that happening a bit quicker. Anyway, I would like to have a bit more room over here because at some point I'm going to want to put in another one of these assembly lines in order to make some more giant robots, guys. So let's do a little bit more digging. I would like to use this tool. And I would like to go from there to... I don't know. Let's go about yeah, I'm probably going to want to remove this hill, aren't I? So let's go out to about here. And say, large hills, no thanks. And then from over here, I'll do the same again. I'll go from there and to all the way in and all the way across like that, and then all the way down to ground level, boop, like that. Then I can go from then I'm going to have to finish it off at the top because I'm not going to be able to tell where the edge is. Okay, the edge is here. All right, let's go from here then over to whip-de-bim-de-bim-de-bim-de-bim-de-bim to here, and then up forever. And that means I can now tell it's over here that I want to start. I want to go from there to, I guess, yeah, sure, here is as good as anywhere. And then drop down and dig out to here. There might be a little bit on, yeah, there's definitely a bit on top here that I haven't got. So let's come back up again. There's a bit of a recurring theme going on here, you may notice, where I'm just sort of digging out. Oh, I don't know where to go to this time. Shouldn't have come in from. Most I do, it's here. This row, and then up to about here. Oh, I missed a bit. Of course I did. So go from one more. Well, one more for now. From there to there, and then up to sky's the limit, like that. Okay, that's another big chomp to be taken out. And actually, that's going to be, once all of that is dug out, that's going to be a big enough chomp to allow me to put in another one of these assembly lines. So that's going to be rather nice. Oh, that's a good point, Rusted. Yeah, of course I could. I could put a block underneath it so it's supported. I didn't think that way round. I only thought about what I could destroy. I didn't think about what I could build. And that probably says a lot about me. Yeah, that would have been an excellent idea. Very good thinking. If I ever find myself back over that way again, then I shall do that. The only problem is, I don't think I'm going to need to go back over there until I have some kind of coal-related crisis and discover that my factory is using up coal at a rate faster than one green belt. And hopefully that's some way off, because it's going to be a faff to bring more in. Actually, that said, if I do discover that I'm getting through all of that coal, then I'm going to assume that most of it is going to be being used in the steel foundries under here and above ground over here, where we're turning the iron ore into steel. And so what I would do at that point is I would run a second belt of coal from, probably run a second belt of coal from down here all the way to over here. And that would then supply the coal that's required for the iron blast furnace. Oh, and I could supply the coal for the copper blast furnace as well on the way through. And also then provide coal to go with the iron ore coming out of this vein in order to make steel in this area. And then pump that down this mega tunnel and bring steel in along here as well. I think that's probably going to be the most sensible way to increase my throughput of all of my resources. No, the most sensible way to deal with the factory using quite a lot of coal. Thank you. Yeah, I like to do things. I was going to say I like to do things properly. That's a total lie. But I do. Yeah, I'm not afraid of building to a large scale. It's quite nice to have things. And one of the things I've discovered is that a lot of the people who build Foundry who build a massively powerful or a massively effective Foundry factory, for want of a better word, will import a lot of their raw ingredients from space by buying it on the space market, then make robots out of it and then ship it back out again. And that doesn't feel right to me. I don't want to play the game that way. And so my factory is literally, with the exception of thermalite, because you can only get that from space, which I'm actually okay with. Having one of the resources coming in a different way like that is fine. But bringing in other resources that you can find on planet, I don't really like that, so I'm not doing it. So all of my resources are coming from this planet. I've now got a iron ore vein over there. I've got a copper ore vein down here, and now, as you can see, a coal one down here. We've got all of the oil being dug up over here. Stone is a bit of a worry because I haven't managed to find a stone vein yet. I did find some stone veins actually. They're just a very, very long way away, so I haven't gone off and tapped them yet because that hasn't been a problem yet. So yeah, but most of my resources now are being produced from infinite supplies. Oil isn't, and stone isn't, but apart from that, all the rest of them are. So those are never going to run out. So the system should be fairly self-sustaining now, and there's massive room for expansion in all of those as well, which is great. So I'm producing. Yeah, so that's the reason my factory is so spread out and so big is because I am producing everything from scratch. We've got all the oil processing in this tangled area here, and so on and so on. What vein is in the middle of the big lake, west of the copper and coal veins? Copper and coal veins. Oh, this stuff is ice, not lake. So this can be treated like stone, like soil. But that's another copper one. Yeah, so as I came out here, this is all effectively ground. It's ground with ice on it, but it is ground that can be dug in and all that sort of stuff. Then it's these shades of blue that are water. The cyan is ice. It would be impressive if that was just one massive lake. I haven't found any absolutely enormous lakes yet. This is the deepest. This is the only one I've found so far that's given me a problem with tunnelling. But then I haven't tried to tunnel under this one or this one. They do look to be just as deep. Or this one. Or that. Is that even deeper? No, I think that's the same shade of blue. So I've not found a proper ocean yet. That would be really cool if I explore a bit further and there are actual oceans and you go, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to be going any further this way then. Or I could, but I'll have to build out platforms to build everything on, stuff like that. Something. So is this update the first part of a bigger update? This is the first part of, well, this is update 3. Update 4 is going to be the one that has certainly trains and I think nuclear as well, or at least alternative power generation, which includes nuclear and I think some other stuff. That's going to be coming out in, I can't remember. I want to say 2 or 3 months, but I'm not sure about that. Don't hold me to that. But this does not include the trains, sadly, because I'm really looking forward to the trains because I am a massive nerd. So yeah, looking forward. Yes, the veins are different colours based on resources. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the train release, the train update. But this is not that. So yes, the veins are different colours on the inside. So this one is a telexite one because it's sort of faintly purple. This is copper because it's blue. This is darkness because it believes in a thing called love. This is iron because it's orange. This is stone because it's white, off-white, and so on and so on. So they are different colours to match the ore patches as well. They are exactly the same as the ore patches, except they're hexagons instead of squares. The colour scheme matches across between both of them. Yeah, you've got to have trains in your factory games. Although I don't think I'm not aware of Dyson Sphere program having trains. It didn't when I played it, and I haven't heard about them being added in. Now that doesn't mean they haven't been. It is entirely possible that I've been living under a rock, but I'm not aware of Dyson Sphere program having trains yet. It has the big drones, which are sort of functionally they're kind of trainy, and you use them in a similar sort of way. But they really don't feel like trains. You don't have to put down rails. You don't have to set up schedules and signals and stuff. They don't feel the same. So I don't like them as much. We are still very, very short of steel. That is interesting and somewhat concerning because I'm pretty sure before we had plenty of steel, then the coal supply died, and then now that the coal supply is back, we don't have enough steel. That's iron. If you were steel, where would you be? For goodness sake. Steel. Here we go. Steel. Yeah, so there's some coming up from underground here, but not as much as I would expect. Let's go down and have a look. Steel smelting. Bing. Right, steel. What can we steal from down here? Okay, so, that's interesting. The limiting factor is the iron ore supply, apparently. So we've got a healthy supply of coal coming in, but an unhealthy supply of iron ore. Huh. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bing. Right, and over here we have, okay. So we have, interestingly, two very healthy supplies and one unhealthy supply of insufficiency. Right, so you know what? let's sort this out. Actually, let's go back up. I can't get to the other end of this, and I've just fallen in. Right, I can't get along here because I made the tunnel too low. How? Yeah. The question at this point is, do I go sod it and just get rid of all... What's going on here? Oh, okay. This is making additional steel, just not very effectively, because there is problems. We've got a good supply of coal going through there. What's going on over here? We've got no... So we've got a good supply of coal going out there, and no coal coming out over here. What are you playing at? Oh, I saw a bit go through. Oh, because it's all getting stolen by the first machine or two. So they're just not in... That's a weird problem to be having. So this one... I guess we just... How can we have this many elevator cars arriving, and this little coal coming out? I don't understand. Yeah, I think it might be time to do what I was talking about a few minutes ago and run another belt of coal from here, stopping off, unloading a little bit here, unloading a little bit here, and then taking it all the way up here and making steel over here where we have the infinite supply of iron ore, so I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't think it's the belt that's the problem. I mean, I could upgrade it, but I don't think it's the problem. I think there's just not enough coal coming down this elevator, despite the way the graphics are going absolutely nuts. I think there's insufficient coal coming through here to produce the coal powder that's needed over here to produce the iron, to produce the steel ore in order to be made into steel. And saying steel ore feels very strange and weird, but it's sort of technically kind of correct because it is rocky stuff that you cook and it turns into steel. So, you know. Right, so let's try and spec up for a green belt of steel. This guy produces 30 steels per minute, and a green belt is 640 per minute. So that's 21 and a bit. Call it 22 machines. And I'm going to write this down because I can't remember numbers. I can't remember anything, to be fair. So, this is all things I'm trying to build. Which end of the book am I working at from gaming? Oh, here we go. This looks like Factorio and... Is that a circuit diagram? No, I don't think it is. Right, here we go. This looks like gaming stuff. It says Gleber on it, so it must be. Okay, so in here, I say we want to have 22 furnaces. And each one of those, each one of those is taking in 15 a minute. So I need half a belt. So I need a yellow belt. I need 320 mixed goops coming through. 320 mixed goops is this is a nice number. So 40, 80, 160, 320, 8 of these to make so 8 crushers, steel crusher 2, and that's going to have 160 and 80 going in of the ore types. So the iron, we will need 160 of this coming through. That's 1 to 1. So we need hang on. This is being quartered, so we're going to need 4 times as many. So this takes in 160. This outputs 80. So we need twice as many. So we need 16 making crushing iron, and then presumably we need 8 crushing coal. Right. So 8 machines crushing coal. Hang on, 16 crushing iron is going to be 16 times 80. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 1280, 1,280 iron per minute. That's a lot. And then half of that in coal, so 640 coal a minute. Which is conveniently a green belt. So actually I'm going to need to run 2 green belts, one for the coal for the steel and one for the coal for the smelting, for the iron and copper. Okay. Or a blue belt, alternatively. Yeah, Or yes, one blue. I could do one blue belt of coal coming out of the out of the mining area, but I think I'd rather use green belts because they are significantly cheaper, and I don't know whether I can afford the others. So we'll just leave this running because, to be honest, I don't really care how much. I don't really care about the iron patch at the other end of here running out. It's irrelevant. We have a quantity of iron. We have a quantity of coal. Actually, the coal is now unlimited, so that's fine. The iron is limited, but once it runs out, we're not going to need it for anything else. And if we actually, that's not quite true. We do need it for concrete production, I think. Over here. Can I go up here? Is it going to help? Yes, there is a way out. Somehow, somewhere, maybe. I'm trapped. Maybe I shouldn't have anything underground. They should all be. Everything should be above ground, and no, not that big. And just up on tiers and floors and stuff, and with big staircases and other neatness and tidiness. Anyway, right. So yeah, I think some of it is flowing over there to be made into concrete, but also we have massive quantities of concrete coming in from the two smelting areas. So I don't think I care. Let's get some green belts. Green, 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 green. And actually, let's unload all of my red belts and yellow belts into these machines so I've got more space for greens. Have some of that. Have some of that. And over here, I would like some of this. Boop. Okay, that seems pretty good. I've got 1,500 of them. No, I haven't. I've got more than that because there's some down at the bottom. Sort. Yeah, that is a significant quantity of belts. Give me even more significant quantity of belts. Right. So, said Fred. Where and how and why and what am I going to do with this? So, how do I get in? How do I get down there? Is the first question. There used to be a way. There is a way in here, but I don't know if it goes all the way down. Let's try it. It doesn't. I want to be at the other end of this elevator. Are you all the way down? No, you're just a groove in the ground. Groovy. Oh, this looks like a hole. There we go. Boink. Right. So, I need to have... I think I might run these along the side. Oh, that's interesting. That was interrupted. This is not a solid belt. Why is this not a solid belt? How not a solid belt is this not a solid belt? That's strange. I thought my what's name drills should just be pulling out a constant, steady green belt and possibly a bit. No, I didn't get all the way up to a green belt. I only got up to 3/4 of a green belt. Ah. That's problematic. I'm going to need to massively expand my the vainest of mines to try and get that up to capacity. So I'm going to bring this belt along at this height, and I'm going to bring it along the side of the tunnel wall as well, because I feel like that's going to be a good idea. TM. This may be hubris, incorrectness. I don't know, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to also do it with copy and paste. So I'm going because I think that's going to be a faster way of doing this than trying to layer belt the traditional way, especially as I'm doing 2 of them. So I'll take that much of that and plus. There we go. I'll take that. I'll do a copy in place, and then I'll do a drag it this way for approximately forever. Because this, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have a length limit. I can just fly down this corridor forever and then use the copy paste to bump everything into place. And also, as I fly along, I can keep a bit of an eye on the wall and make sure there aren't any obstacles in my path. Yes, blue belts are 1280. That's correct. They are very, very quick. Will I eventually get too far right? Maybe I will. Have I got too far? Ooh, no. I want to build out to here. Oh, that might be about right, actually. Yeah, there we go. So we'll do that, and we'll do a confirm paste. This takes a while. How can 886 of them be blocked? Don't be silly. None of them are blocked. Oh, they're blocked because they were placed. Fair enough. Well, not really fair enough. That's nonsense, but okay. And there's hurtles down this way like this. And also back up this way. Ooh. Fly! Fly, you fool! I don't care how many belts there are to accidentally step upon. Yeah, this is another thing that annoys me a little bit about in this game, is that when you're doing something in a busy area like this, there's a fairly high chance you'll accidentally step on a belt and be knocked out of the sky, which is not what I want to happen. No, the other way. Backwards belt, there we go. Tunnel. How far does this tunnel go? Is it worth doing? Yeah, I think it's probably worth doing another copy paste. Select area. I want to go from there. La 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 la. Actually, there's no point in doing a long copy, is there? Because that just gives you less flexibility. If I go from there to there, and then do a copy and place, yeah, it might as well be relatively short, or just even a single piece of belt. Because the shorter you make it, the more flexibility you've got. And it's not like you can do a. It's not like, as far as I'm aware, it's not like there's a limitation on how many times it can repeat. So we'll come to do that to here and paste, like that, and then I can do this one around the corner like that, and this one around the corner like that, and then based on what I was just saying. Let's sort of stress test the system. Let's do a select area. I want to go from there to there. Okay. Copy and place. And then zoop. There we go. And we can tell that I'm going just 200, 300, zoop, 600, 700. Actually, no. These are doubled numbers because this is how many pieces there are, not how far I've gone. So I've gone 600, 700. Oh well, I've run out of belts, have I? Oh, you're probably right. That's a good point. If I'm using this many thousands, yes. You're quite right. I have very run out of belts. Bah. Okay, well, I'll go to the end. I'll get out at this end and then fly back. It's more fun flying back above ground than it is underground, and then I can come back along there and look for problems and try and sort them out. Where's the way out? Oh yeah, here we go. Whoosh! Might get some more jetpack fuel while I'm back as well as a large quantity of more green belts. You see, this is why I haven't used the blue belts. The blue belts are being made in smaller quantities and more slowly, I think, due to resources, than the green belts. So if I'm going to run out of green belts that quickly, the blue belts will be even worse, and more than twice worse. Because yes, putting them in will be twice as fast. That said, I might use blue belts. Is it worth using blue belts to feed the inputs? That's to feed the elevators on each of the floors. So I won't need as many for those. I'm not sure. Yes, it was a zip and a unfortunately. Okay, so nearly back. Here is my mall. And that box there is the one that contains all my green belts. All 365 of them. This may be a this build will have to wait thing. Actually, I can go back out there with my 367 green belts and put in some more of the vein mining drills. That'd be quite useful. Because how many am I going to need? So if they're producing 160 each, then I'm going to... So I need 4 for each green belt. So I'm going to need 12 of them. And I took out 4. I put in 4 before. Well, I took 10 out of the machine that's making them before. So that means I need another 2. Where are they? They're around. They were around here somewhere because they were in a weird place because they only took surprisingly simple stuff, I think. Yeah, there they are. You know what? Let's just take them all. Why not? They're cheap. And if I end up throwing them away, I won't actually be too upset. Right. So, oh yeah, rocket pack fuel. The veins are finite until you put a fracking tower on them, and then as long as you keep supplying the fracking tower with fracking fluid, then the veins become infinite. So, sort of, but not really. At the point I've got to, all of my ore veins are infinite, which is why I'm trying to shift everything over to using the ore veins, because then I don't have to worry about moving my mines. I did deplete the... which one was it? I think it was the copper. Yeah, the copper one I put in first when I was using the furnaces here before I had the blast furnaces. All these furnaces managed to deplete the number of drills that I put in on the copper vein. They actually managed to exhaust it, and so I had to go back with a fracking tower later on. Yes, I do need to upgrade the existing mining setup to fill up the first green belt, and then upgrade it even further to fill up the second and third green belts. So yes, you're quite right. Some upgrading will be required. Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be my next step, and that's why I've got the extra vein miners, and hopefully all of the extra bits and pieces I'm going to need to set those up. I'm down to only... I've got 55 wall pylons. I'm not... It feels like quite a lot, but also it feels like I could probably do with more than just quite a lot. I have a feeling I'm going to need more than that. So let's take another 100. Going. Oh, and cable. Cable is an easy one to run out of. I've got 113, actually, so that's probably all right. But while I'm thinking about it, let's get some more. Another 200. Lovely. There's belts. I've got a decent number. I've got some ramps. That's probably going to be enough. I've got some splitters. That's also probably going to be enough. Loads of inserters. Fine. I've got another 4 freight elevators. That's going to be enough for the time being. Let's get some more freight elevators, because whilst that's going to be enough for another 2 belts worth, I might want to bring them out at the other end and do something funny with them there. Ow, smack. Nope, not you. Yes, you. 48. That's a lot. Let's take them, but only enough to fill up that stack. There we go. So I've got 50. What? Oh, you've run out of CPUs. You've not got any CPUs. Was I hand feeding you CPUs for this? That seems like a weird thing to do. But it looks like I was. Huh. Well, 50 elevators is going to keep me going for a good long time anyway, so I'm not too worried about that. There's still not very much coal coming through here, I note. Freight elevators is a much better name, yes. And I try to remember to say it when I remember. Okay, so that I think is everything. So we've got the drills to get. I've got the drills. I've got the belts. I've got some belts to take the coal away from the drills. I've got some freight elevators to bring it up to tunnel level. I've got power. I've got pylons and cables to power the drills, and I've got the boring machine to drill out the tunnels to get to the various ore patches. I think I'm probably suitably supplied. Is there anything else I've forgotten? Probably. Can I think of anything else I've forgotten? No. I could get some blue belts and then just use one blue belt on each floor to get out all of the coal to the elevator, and then split it from there. But I think I'll just do one green belt per floor. That's probably easier. And also, if I pull out all of the blue belts from here, then all the green belts will start going from here into here to make them, and I'll have a shortage of green, even more of a shortage of green belts. So yeah, let's go and set up some more coal mining. That is going to be the theme of today's episode, it seems. Getting lots of coal. I'm not going to go along the tunnels finishing off those belts because, as we saw, I don't have remotely enough, and if I start using up all the ones I'm carrying now, then I won't be able to do the coal mine properly. So we'll let them fill up a bit and then go back and do some upgrading. It would be interesting to wave an upgrade planner over the belt that's taking the coal from the system, not here, but from the coal mine all the way over to the main factory, and see just how long it is, because I think it tells me. So I'll try and find that out. But yeah, this sort of long run where I'm using belts for this is where I think trains would be absolutely fantastic. I imagine digging a hole much like the ones I've been digging, and then running a train down it in a sort of a tube train kind of way, and then just having massive throughput of resources from one end to the other. Now, okay, I'd have to lay rail down for all of that, but I sort of envision that laying rail is going to be easier, and I'd only need one, because, you know, I've played Factorio, I know what trains should be like. Exactly, a freight subway would be wonderful. So, if I suggest upgrading, now I've only got 109 here, so it won't happen, but 1,875. So about 9. It's almost 2,000 blocks from mine to yours. That's a long way. Okay, so step 1 is come down here and go, yeah, I'd like you to be a full belt, please. So we zip out of here, down this tunnel. I honestly wasn't expecting to get through quite this much resource. I am clearly showing a lack of imagination here, but I was not expecting it. Right, so we need you, and we need you to point that way. Put you down. Conveniently, it has a door on, well, 5 of the sides. We'll give you some fuel because I have some of that conveniently. I'm probably going to run out and have to go up and punch some trees or something, but still, never mind. Right, so where am I? Get out the Pingamatron and go bazap, and there's that patch over there. That's the one I'm heading for. That is at 14... I don't even know which number I'm supposed to be looking at here. Right, the 1400-ish one. So that's a 1406, so I need to go 50. Go! Chuk, 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 chuk. And while that's going, I shall continue to extend my power coverage. So you go into the corner, be a naughty pylon, and then we can run you down this way like this, like so. And actually, while we're waiting for that to happen, let's come along here and go, not you, not you. I would like you to be one of these, and then one of these goes from here, la la, zoop, and then along here like this. That's probably far enough. Ping. One ping only. Right, okay, so we'll go from here. Full size. Actually, could do a 4x... No, I need a 5x5 for the other end, really. Pew! Or just have ore carts that trundle all the way down it. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the throughput you can get, really. It is all going to be all about throughput. So my tunnels at the moment, some of them have probably 5 or 6 belts going down them, and at 640 items per minute each. That's a significant amount of stuff going through them. So yeah, it's as long as the trains have sort of the bandwidth to be, you can fill up with an enormous amount of stuff and then just run them straight through. That's going to be great, and they probably will. I mean, that's what trains are for. That's why we have them in real life and in Factorio. So I'm assuming they are going to work well for that sort of thing. You can just bring in a massive quantity of whatever your ore is and then dump it straight out into your factory. So to there, and then to there, and then to there. Right. I don't need... There is another patch. There is another half to that patch over that way, which I could go out and tap. However, with this drill, this should, once it, you know, makes proper contact and starts producing coal. Can we have some coal, please? Hello? Once it starts actually producing some coal, there we go. We should find that at the other end, this now becomes a solid green belt's worth of it. I'm spitting out quite a lot in one go. Because this is 160 a minute, so that's 320 from 2, 640 from 4. So and I've got 4 of them now because there's one here, there's one here, and there's 2 over here. So that should be my full green belt going through there. Ow. I mean, it's not got round here yet, but yeah, that should the numbers say this should now be a completely full belt when it gets to the other end, and we should have a solid green belt going out from here to wherever it's needed. Did I pick up my boring machine? I hope I did. If I didn't, I'm going to feel kind of silly. Also, I was going to have this tunnel shaft continue straight on down from here. There is a belt in the way, and more to the point, there is a ore vein in the way. Maybe I should... I mean, I could go from here. Because this is out of the way. But then I'd like to have my freight elevators coming up and popping out on this, basically on this tunnel. But I mean, I could have a freight elevators coming up, popping out here, and then run a blue belt along here. Because this freight elevator is capable of running at 2 blue belts. So, yeah, let's do that. Let's say actually we're going to carry on down from here, and then we'll have the freight elevators probably there and there. They can come up, and then they can merge and go along and send a blue belt along this tunnel here, and then that can go into the lift over there. Right, let's do that. Did I not pick up the... You're right, I didn't pick up the boring machine. Oh, for goodness sake. Thank you. Oh, let's go and get it. Right. Yeah, digging up a... Well, I suppose it depends what a single ore vein is like. This is you've seen the size the ore vein shows up at, but you do have to tap it in very, very specific places in order to get the ore out of it, which is fine. We can deal with that, but it is a little bit weird. But I'm okay with that. It makes sense from a gameplay point of view. 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I can put the boring machine in there. Instant boring machine, just add hole. Right, and as I said, there is a convenient door in the top, so I can just drop into it like this down the ladder. Right, okay, persistent. Well, thanks for dropping by, and we'll catch you next time. Hello, Aereo. Welcome to the stream. 1 in, 1 out, apparently. So interesting. Right, okay. So we've done the ore vein at height 57. There is an additional one at height 14. Oh, that's. Not turning one. That's turning one. I didn't really mean it to. That's interesting. I might have to risk the potentially wet ore vein up there. So where am I at the moment? I am underwater. I have concerns because the reason I came down to this level for these ore veins was because those are getting a bit close. Struck me as being a little bit close to water level, and I might get some flooding. But the other ones down there is only one more layer, and that is presumably going to be another 5 veins. So I could get, if that's 5, I could get 5 from there, and a 6th one from here. So that brings me up to 10, which is almost the number I'm looking for. So maybe we should do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so what height was I going down to? I wasn't paying attention. Was it 14, we said? 14, okay. So I'm at technically I want to take it down to until I hit 15 because I'm standing 1 square up because I'm inside the machine. So I want to turn 52 into 15, 40 to 30. I want to go down 37. Boop. 37. Boop. Down. Have some fuel. And go. Yeah, it has been interesting with I've had boring machines overrun a little bit in the past. Okay, so we have reached the lava level. Fortunately, the boring machines can fly. Otherwise, that could have been slightly tragic. However, actually, this is going to make this much, much easier. I'm really quite happy with this development, so I'll pick that guy up so I don't leave him just sort of floating in the air like that. This is going to make life very, very easy. Now, I might need to knock about a chunk of this, but that's okay. We've advanced technology to the point where I can. So now, actually, I just have to do this across here like that, and then back. I can't remember how big these things are. I think they're 10. Yeah, like that. So, okay, I'm going to need to do a little bit of mining over here, but that's fine. We have the technology to do, well, that, and also I suppose we'll take out that knobbly bit that's sticking out there. Yeah, I have now done enough research that I can do things like that. So this isn't bedrock. This is sort of semi-bedrock. I can't dig up that stuff. That is genuinely indestructible. But I've upgraded my mining abilities to the point where I can't dig that, but I can dig that. Still can't dig this one though. Right. So now I want to put in some more vein miners. Oh, I'm going to need to bring power down here. That's the thing I mustn't forget. And I did forget it, but I mustn't completely forget it. I won't completely forget it because things won't work if I don't. But you know what I'm getting at. Right, so you go as far over that way as possible because this is a double. So put one there and one there. And then I'm just going to buzz around here and find the other patches. It's actually easier to fly around and spot them than it would be to do a scan for them, which is quite entertaining. So we would like this to not be there. There we go. Then I can put in some flooring like this. So there we go. This is another 2. So this brings us up to 4 of them. Want to place them, obviously. 3, 4. And I'm expecting there to be one more around here somewhere. There it is. It's hidden behind some nonsense, but that's okay. We can actually dig through the nonsense. And go, where are you, where are you? Here we go. Here are you. And I am a bit... Oh no, I'm not too high. I've got the height right, but I need to go across a little bit this way. Let's go here first. Take that out. Take that out. And I'm just going to cut all the way through here, because this is... I just want to run the belt round this way. Right, there we go. And okay, you can go as well. Right, and oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm on one high, so I need to take out that as well. Boom. And then I guess also this. And oh, also this. There we go. So that is probably about enough space, to be honest. There we go. So now I can chuck in my 5th one, and that is this entire. That's this whole patch down here, this whole level now mined, I believe. I don't think there's going to be any patches on this side. No. Okay, so every level always seems to have 5. Okay, thank you, Regular. I think for once I'm probably going to be safe from losing my tunnel because there's massive column here with all my stuff around it, so I think I should be okay. However, I appreciate you looking out for me like that. Right, so I want this to come through here. Why are these offset? Come on, honestly. Try and be neat, Laurence. Put that one next to that one. There we go. Now we're actually a bit further out, and my careful lining up of this belt is now incorrect. But never mind. It meant it got round that rocky outcrop there. So now I want to put in one of these here. Actually, these don't need to be blue belts at this point, do they? They could be perfectly well be greens. So I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to put that there, and then I'm going to kink this in like that. And that. No, put it in the right place. There we go. Pop. And then I can go across there. That goes in there. And then this comes from here. And I discover I've run out of bells. Okay, well that's fine. That doesn't work. Right, so yeah, so I'm going to downgrade here. That's going to be a green. This could probably be a green as well. So we've got one. Yeah, it's only when we get over 4 of them. We've got 1, 2. I think even to here we've only got 3 because there's 2 more around there. But I think I'll leave this as a blue belt anyway, just because it feels better somehow. I mean, it is better. That's why it feels better. We're going to. So that's there, and then comes across here like this. And once again, we've run out of blue belts. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, fine, you win. We'll make that into a green all the way to here, actually. There's no point in it being blue anywhere before that. And then I can put in one of these guys here, and I don't know what happened then, but it wasn't right. Actually, no, the first part was right. Cool. And then this is the point where we'll go blue. So that can now come over here like that, and no. And that, and that, and that. These don't need to be blue belts, but I mean, this is a small enough number that it's probably okay, even if I am now down to only 59 of them. Then we'll knock out this wall, because that's going to have to go. And then... Actually, I take it back. It was good that you told me where the tunnel was, because I can't spot it easily. It's going to be around this way somewhere, and 1444. What is this? Right, there we go. There is my very large shaft. Sorry. Okay, so that's my output over there. So we're going to need at about the same height, because I don't want to do too much silly stuff with the belts. Let's just put in a support sticking out of this wall like this. And we'll put the elevator on that once we've worked out where it's supposed to be. So I'm going to go back up here. And I would like the elevator to be, okay, just over this. In fact, let's put in if I put in the top of the elevator, then it's going to be trivial to put in the bottom of the elevator afterwards. Oh, I'm going to need power down here for this as well. That's kind of annoying. It's not unmanageable, but it's mildly annoying. I'm making modem noises while I try and work out what I'm trying to do. Right, you're going to be an elevator top. Freight elevator goes boff like that. Then we have a smaller tunnel like this. So we'll make you at least tall enough for me to get into. And then tunnel this out like this. So this is going to be where the power runs. Which is a little bit annoying. You know what? Let's do. This is long enough to be annoying enough so that I'm going to do it the easy way. So run that out from here to here, and here to here, and then I can take this. Oh, how deep of a? Oh, yeah, I remember. This is a hole I made a little while ago by mistake. Okay. That's why it's that deep. Oh, this is double depth because I. Whereas this one, on the other hand, is double depth because I messed up my selection area, or my selection volume, I should say, because it turned into a volume rather than an area. But never mind, and I don't actually care. So we'll run this all the way along here, like so, and then in here, and then I need a little bit more laser removal like that. It doesn't actually need to be quite that big. It's just sort of a future-proofing, really. And you're going to be an output, and then we're going to run out of completely run out of blue belts because that's going to need to be a blue belt, and so is the one down here. But now I can put in the bottom of my freight elevator. And of course I've forgotten to think about power, so we'll put that in there anyway and let it get itself set up. And then I guess I'm just going to knock out a hole there and there. And where are we going to bring the power down? Power is going to come down from here, okay. This stuff is noticeably slower to dig through. I think it's slower to dig through than normal stone. Or apparently it is just normal stone, according to what's ending up in my inventory. But it's a different colour, and I felt like it was taking longer to dig through. That might just be feels, not reals, as they say. Okay, back over to vertical and down from there. 30 something. And that's when it finishes. And then down a little bit further until we hit that. And then I can run that across. Oh yeah, still in vertical, across there like that. Then, yeah, then we go, have I got enough of this belt type left? And we'll find out. I could, in theory, there's no reason why I couldn't run 2 green belts from here over to here, over here actually. That would work just as well. But having it planned with blue belts, I think I kind of want to use them. And I can put in an inserter there. And right, that's nearly it. I just need to sort out power now. So many things. Right, so run a cable down from there. No, you point the other way so you don't look weird. Down to here. Down to here. And then, I guess, we put this underneath here. So rotate that like that. And then, okay, we're going down over there. Can we go to there? Yes, we can. Nice. So go for that one, and then we'll put one there as well. Okay, there, and then this one can go to there. Perfect. And then from here, we continue to run the power. Stop trying to land. It's lava down below, and we don't want to touch that. I mean, actually, I know it doesn't actually hurt, but you know, I feel like I should try and not touch the lava if I can avoid it. Okay, we'll go to there, and we'll go through here like that, and then we'll knock out the stalactites that are being silly, like that. Actually, to be fair, they weren't being that silly. It was kind of okay, but oh well. We can run to there, and then where are my drills? There are my drills. I guess put that there, except we need 2 of them, so I guess I'll put one there as well, and then I'll dig out some of this so it doesn't look wrong. And also link them up. Bink, bonk, bink, bonk, and then take you off to still further over this way. And this one is, well, let's not go along the ceiling here. Let's go to here. And then here. And then somewhere over here, wherever it looks sensible. Or maybe we do. Maybe this is the point where we do go back onto the ceiling, actually, like this, and then onto there. Right. So that's all plugged in and powered up now. So I think you should be a happy bunny. It does take a moment or two for it to start actually producing any sort of resources, though. So it's going to be a little while until we see anything on here. But then, oh, we've got this is all blue. Hang on, why is this all blue? Oh, that's why. Okay. Let's sort that problem out, because that ain't right. Firstly, you can be green. Secondly, you can... No, go that way. There we go. Oh, and a similar problem here. And it's quite nice having it going through the cave like this. And I'm sort of looking forward to there being a lot more caves in sort of in normal places, rather than having to come all the way down to the lava level. Because there is something quite nice about it going over and then having to just chop a little bit out of the wall here to pass it through. And this sort of thing, I feel this is all quite nice, and I like it. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of this sort of shenanigan going on in the elsewhere in the game. But right, okay, that now comes over to here. We've then got coming through to here, and going into the bottom of the elevator. That seems to be all okay. This is a happy intake debris, so that's good. Can now buzz back up here, and we have an output which has, yes, there we go, there is some coal. So now I can run this guy along here like this, and we might actually just have enough. We do. So I need to go to there and there and there, and then we can put another one of these guys in there. And here comes the coal, and shoomp, it all disappears straight into there. Lovely. Now, the other thing I can do here is I can upgrade... How much have I got left? 4 pieces. That's it's not enough. I want to upgrade this belt that goes in here to blue as well. And then I can put... Then... Did I put the 5th drill in around the other side? I don't think I did. No, I could put in another... I could put in the other one round there. And then we'd have 10. And 10 is nearly 12. Maths. There's some advanced maths for you. I could put in the other one round here and we'd have 10 drills worth. And that would be bringing in 2.5 green belts worth of ore, of coal. And that's quite a lot. That would probably be enough to keep the factory happy. Because we'd be able to chuck 1 green belt straight into the main part of the factory. 1 into steel production. And then the other half into the 2 smelteries, which I suspect don't need quite so much. Exactly, 10 is indeed nearly 12. You're quite right. Quick maths. So, that's... I feel like that's nearly there, and that way I don't have to worry about whether the top patches are in the danger zone as far as water is concerned. Yeah, so let's do a little bit of mining out here and at least set things up so that when I come back later with more belts, not better belts, just more belts, we can actually get things up and running, hopefully. Can we get to the bottom of this? Yes. Okay, so we're going to have 2 more of these guys, bit, like that, and they're going to be outputs. Bap, bap. They've got power, excellent. And I'm going to free up a little bit more space in front of them. Bim, 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 bim. And that's going to mean we can then have this one come out of here and immediately go up 1, like that, and then come over here to above this, like that, and then disappear off to infinity. To infinity and beyond! Then we can have this one, which I can't get to because of reasons. Okay, we can have another belt come in from here and go around the corner here to here, and I think that should be able to go down 2 and drop straight into there, like that. Lovely. So there we go. There is my three belts of coal. And the nice thing is, because of how the game works, the elevator essentially acts as a balancer. We've got a quantity of coal going in at the bottom and a quantity of coal coming out at the top, but it doesn't care. We don't need to link one belt to one belt. So the 9 drills we've got are currently trying to provide to all 3 belts. So as long as, on average, they don't take more than 3/4 of a doohickey each, we're going to be all right. So let's select an area. Let's select from there to from there to there, and then down to there, and down to there. Right, there we go. Copy and place. And then, we'll just build this and see how far we get before I run out of belts again. Which is bound to happen relatively soon, but never mind. Confirm paste. Zoop. How are we doing? 13 left. Great. Okay. But here comes the coal. So that... Oh, you know what I've done? I've blocked off access to my escape tunnel. Okay. Right, let's... I guess we need to put escape tunnels in the roof. Let's go and... I don't know how far away that escape tunnel... Oh, actually, I'm going to run straight into the... No, I'm not. I'm one to the side. If I went from here... then I would run directly into the vertical hole that I've drilled. So let's do that. Although, actually, to be fair, going along and coming out next to it would have been okay as well. So this is actually is not a serious problem. But I can, yeah, if I dig through here, then this will punch me out straight into the hole I dug down before, and we'll, yeah, like that. And then we can seal this one off because I can't get to it anymore. And this is now the way in. Question is, Could I have come out that little bit further across? Answer is probably not. Well, I say probably not. I could have, but I'd have got a flood down there, and I'd have had to build a sort of a well to drop into, and I couldn't see that well, so I didn't want to. A dog is not a cat. Yes, everyone knows what a horse is. Yeah, I think I've come across that. Was that a some sort of medieval dictionary thing that someone was putting together, and it was sort of this is why we have trouble defining things in foreign languages or historical records sometimes, because everyone just goes, well, everybody knows what this thing is. There's no point in us bothering to define it. So, we'll just leave it. We'll just leave it as an exercise to the reader to know what we mean when we say horse or whatever. Or Rashadium or whatever the equivalent is. And this is why you end up with fantasy books with enormously long glossaries in the back of them, defining every possible defining all the terms you come across in the book, because the author wanted it to sound weird and fantastical, and ended up just making up their own words for absolutely everything, and it became a bit of a nonsense. Oh, it was a Polish dictionary, was it? Okay, I knew I'd heard it somewhere, but I didn't know exactly, and I knew it was sort of historical, but I couldn't remember where it came from. As in, where in the world, I suppose. Right, so, question is, in the time I've been digging that stuff out, how many green belts have we managed to make? And is the answer about 5? Oh, it's 1,000, which is, 1,000 is quite a lot. It is a significant number, but it's not enough. Maybe should I have a second machine making them? Maybe, but then I'd need a second machine making the yellows and the reds, and it's not that often that I come through and do one of these massive builds. And I have just expanded the amount that's going to be held in this box to 10 slots instead of just 5 that I had before. So it's going to represent an even bigger drain on all of our resources, but we're going to end up with a hecking huge number of belts in there. I'm also tempted to get a few more blue belts because I can see that I am going to need some of those. In fact, I already have needed some of those. So let's take them all. Let's take the full 500, and accept that means there's going to be 500 fewer green belts when I come back again. In the meantime, though, actually having an entire green belt rather than 3/4 of a green belt of coal coming in over here is going to have helped a lot. Now, we haven't actually got to that stage yet. This is still the previous, not actually a full green belt coming through, but eventually it'll percolate all its way, it'll get all the way along to this point on the belt, and we will have a bit more resource available. So in the meantime, it's back over to the coal mine again, I'm afraid. Are they the fast machines make that? Yes, I think so. Logistics, resource gathering, processing. Here we go. Yes. So the only reason there's a 4th type of assembler that is blue, which is normally the top speed, is because that's a fluid assembler, which should be a different color really, because this is everything else in this game. I think. Well, many things in this game go quite nicely through the red, yellow, green, blue progression. So all these belts do red, green, yellow, green, blue. Great, and all the associated things, of course. And the lifts, red, yellow, green, blue, because they're a sort of belt, I suppose. Then you've got. You could do that with the loaders as well, I suppose. You could have a red, yellow, and green ones for the different lengths, but that's different. That's not speed, so it's sort of irrelevant. But it should also be done for the mines here. So that should be a red mine, and that should be a yellow mine, and then maybe this should be a green mine, and the fluid assembler should be a different colour, maybe I don't know, grey or something like that. Barrel filler, goodness knows. Orange is another colour, but that's been sort of used for the barrel filler. Then this could be red and yellow versions of it, and then over here the crushers could be red and yellow, and maybe the smelters as well, wherever they are. There's a good small smelter and big smelter. Again, red and yellow, and anything else that goes through. It goes up in tiers, by which I mean anything you cry about. I do need to make these things. I've not actually played with any of the new toys from the update yet, which is slightly ridiculous given that it came out today, and I probably should. I should make an Omni Analyzer, but I would need to go out to an unexplored area and find some things for it to analyze. I definitely should be making robot workstations actually, because those are the things that are interesting and different and fun and exciting. And why don't I go in here rather than going in? because then I can start building some of the belts and things. Here's a suitable hole. Bonk. I say here's a suitable hole. Oh, yeah, here is the suitable hole. Right. Actually, I don't... Should I do one belt for now and then come back and do the other one afterwards? I don't know, because the advantage of doing both of them at the same time is I can use copy and paste and do both of them at the same time. If I do one at a time, I mean, I still could use copy and paste. Might be easier. I still could use copy and paste, but I'd have to do it twice to get the whole thing built. But if I do 2 belts at a time, I'm more likely to run out part way along, so I think it's probably better to do a single one. Ooh, look, is that a belt I see before me? It is, but I don't think it's one that's got coal on, because I don't think I've got quite that far yet. Well, it might be. You never know. Do the thing. There we go. It did the thing. No, this is not one that's got. This is not one that's been cold yet. It's just getting cold. The other advantage of the copy-paste method is that you don't end up with the belt trying to build itself in the wrong direction. Ooh, there we go. Bing! Right. That is now coal. Ha! And I've just realised that this is going to cause a minor problem because at some point we're going to need to lift one of these belts up. In fact, we're going to need to lift both the belts up. But that's okay. We can burn that bridge when we come to it. So we'll build that to the... I'll leave that one there for now because I want to then follow this one back to the copper mine, and then I want to split off from here and start using the coal from here, maybe at low priority actually for the time being, because we do have a coal patch that is just dedicated to the copper mine. So if I start using that if I use that as a priority, we use that one up first, and then when it runs out, there will just be more coal available because that'll finish this whole system off. So this comes along here. Where does my coal come from? Coal comes from down here. Okay, so I need to split this belt and send one of them down there. This is going to get slightly messy. Go up to 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Actually, this is already at the right height. So if I bring it over from here, boop, 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 boop. So, yes, back against the wall. Take out that one, and then I can put in one of those, and then one of these, and that is very much going to get in the way as I fly up and down the belt system here. But never mind. So I can bring that over to here. That's the coal coming out, and that is where it's getting coked up. Okay, so we'll coax it over here. 1, 2, to here, 3, 4, go to there, and then down. No, there, and then down, and down. Excellent. And they'll take out that, and put in another splitter like that. And then we come down here and we say, input priority that side. So pull in from the mine first. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to upgrade a bit of this belt like that, because otherwise we're going to get it filling up from here even when it shouldn't. So I think, I was going to say I think we should be getting coal down this belt, and it did take a moment. But it is now arriving, and we're getting half of it. That's fine because we had a splitter over there. That's going to come down here, and then it's not going to go in because why would it? There we go. We were prioritising the other side, which is not being completely utilised at this point. So there we go. That is now the coal is being brought in, and some of it is being split off to go over there to be made into to go into the copper smelting system, and then the rest is just flowing off down the belt off that way. A belt to nowhere at the moment, but still, that is a good start. Can I follow this further? We've got stone coming up here, so at some point I'm going to want to do the same with stone and have a second belt of stone coming in here from the from wherever stone comes from, and from a stone vein mine, but not just yet. And then we have this belt then goes off for approximately forever, but that's fine. Wait. Oh yeah, it is working. Right, I got confused. I changed altitude at about the same time as the coal disappeared off the belt and got very, very confused. So this belt then needs to carry on from here. It needs to carry on going all the way over to the dim and distant distance. And I probably should have put in the additional vein miner before I flew all the way back again. So that's a little bit silly. But, oh well. Oh, well, I could pull up this belt because it's not being used for anything. It was just a, let's put a belt in here for when I inevitably need it in the future. And then I never did. Okay, there's not as much there as I thought there was. My original plan was to run, I think, 4 copper belts along here, and that just hasn't happened. So, yes, this belt will eventually have coal on it as it comes through here. And then we need to pass this one further on and on and on and on and on and on and on forever. And then same round here. And this will eventually find its way over into the area that goes off towards the coal blast furnace, and we'll take the other half of it out over there. And also try and make steel from it as well. That'd be good. Zoom. Oh, and I've run out. Okay, so we're gonna get the coal this far, and that's a decent distance. It's part way. It's more than halfway. So we've got the coal being mined all the way down here, and now I've got a green belt bringing it all the way up to here and to this point. So I'd say we're about probably 3/4 of the way, certainly more than 2/3. So I think it's not going to be too difficult to get it over to there, and hopefully we'll have enough coming through there. We won't have as much demand on steel as my spec has suggested here, and we'll be able to, and also we won't have as much demand on coal because we've got coal being produced from this patch for the copper smelting at the moment, and we've got coal being produced from this patch way up here for the iron smelting. So neither of those are going to be using any of the coal that we're bringing in for steel production at this point. So I can bring that in here. It will still be a full green belt when it gets to here, at least to start with. And I can then put in a steel processing area, sort of here-ish perhaps. Process a back belt steel and then get steel coming through this way and back down here into the main part of the factory. In the meantime, though, let's head back in and think about what we've done. And actually, let's have a look at the other things we've developed. I want to have a look at the robot operating. This looks like a way up and out. It might be a trap, but it looks like one. So we're gonna. It was a trap. Who knew? Okay, let's block it off then, so it doesn't trap me again. I need to start flagging my ways out because I just want to get back above ground again. Oh, this looks promising. Yeah. Right. So let's go and make one. Let's go and make some beacons of these things. So it's iron, electronic components, and glass. I don't think we haven't got glass going into the bus anywhere, have we? Don't think we have. Could be wrong, but I don't think we have. No, we don't have glass going in. Okay, so we'll build over here because it's iron and electronic components, both of which are available on the very first row. Are you doing anything? Yes, oh, okay, you're producing copper cable for something else. Fine. You're doing belt shenaniganry. Okay, I guess we'll put in a machine here. And then this is going to need inserters like that and that. And then it's going to need me to go and find some glass. Lovely. There should be glass available in various places, surely. I mean, we get through quite a lot of it. There's some. I don't know how many of these beacons we're going to need. But at least this is one of those things where you're going to need... I feel like I'm going to need relatively small numbers of them. Ooh, I get lots from here. Delicious glass. Right, don't eat glass, kids. Not a good idea. Right, so, yeah, I'm going to go in and put beacons in places where I can use them sensibly, probably. We'll have to see. Oh, yeah, Xeno chests. Yeah, that's a good point. I need to make those, but I need to research those, and I suspect that's going to be hidden behind the things that I have almost that I'm going to have to go off and find, which is going to be difficult. Right, so structures. We would like to make the robot workstations to start with, because that is a thing we can make. I'll empty my inventory in here, and boom, we will start making them. Now, I'll take them. I am curious about these things. Let's see if there's some help for these guys. Robot workstations. Robot workstations, here we go. Workstations are places where you can put your bots and robots to work so they can improve the factory. A workstation affects buildings in front of it. During construction, the area it affects is visualised. Any buildings which are at least partly inside it can be improved by the workstation. Once placed, you'll have to put a bot or robot into the workstation, interact with the workstation to open the related UI. Not every bot or robot is able to improve every building. Check their item tooltips to find out how each bot or robot can be used. Important, each building can only be affected by one workstation and stops working if it's in the area of multiple workstations. Okay. Speed increases the speed. Efficiency is what Factorio calls productivity. Fine. Produces free active items. Fine. Fine. Xeno power cores. Advanced workstations and optional slots for Xeno power cores about to be boosted. Okay, so we haven't got advanced workstations yet. I haven't researched. I've sort of deliberately not researched them because I can. Because I want to have a look at I want to look at things, go through things in sort of in an appropriate tier order. So I've got some workstations. Let's get one in hand and see what it looks like. See what sort of effects we have from it. So that's actually a decent size coverage area. I was thinking, wouldn't it be nice to try and make the belts faster, since that is the current thing that I'm struggling with. And if I put this in here, then it's going to cover both of those machines. And so it'll make the belts faster. It's not going to cover those two over there, so I'll need to put in a second one for them. But that's fine. So actually, it's the green belts I want for. No. Let's do all the belts. So we'll put you there, and then we'll drop down and have a look at it. Configure. Right. So workers, none. Buildings in range, assembler 2, and assembler 2 has no effect. What? Is this saying no effect because I haven't put any robots in there? Or is it saying no effect because this is a building that doesn't support robot thing? Let's go and find a more powerful, a more advanced building, like an assembly line part, and see if that gets any effect from the if that gives me any more useful information. So down here I could put in one of these guys. Boop, 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 boop. Where is it? I've apparently gone blind. I'm sure I had 2 of them. There it is. Alright, so I put you there. You're definitely touching that thing over there. And hopefully touching this one. Right, so put you there. And then I'll poke you. Hello. No buildings in range. What? Okay, well let's raise you up put you on a platform then, see if that helps. Maybe you just can't use, maybe robot workstations don't work with these things. I don't know. We'll try that again there. It's definitely, yeah, there's no building. Okay, apparently these buildings do not count as buildings. Okay, so the current mystery is, what is a building? Or rather, what is a building that can be affected by a robot workstation? I was honestly expecting the assembly machines to be one of the most obvious ones that would definitely be affected. You think? Oh, so I'm going to have to go along with one of each type of drone, slot them in, and see what does what. That's a bit ridiculous, but okay then. Let's do that. So, what do we got? We've got transport drones somewhere. Transport drones are further back. We've got transport drones. Give me one. We've got those are barrels down here. We've got heavy transport drones. I don't expect transport drones to do a great deal, but also I don't know what's what with this. So I'm just going to grab. I was going to say I'm going to grab one of everything. Apparently I'm not going to grab one of everything because that would be far too easy. I've got 2 of those. That was not what I intended. Let's get rid of some biomass. I can always get more if I need it later. Let's... I don't need igneum or rubble. I don't need hover engines. I don't really need energy cells, but I feel bad about chucking them away. I know they're not actually that expensive, but I've had enough problems with... I've been at points when I've had enough problems with them that I feel bad about throwing them away. So I'm going to put them into here. The same goes for... actually, I said earlier, ore vein miners, actually, they're really cheap. I'll destroy them if I need to. So we'll do that. Feels wrong, but... And lava smelters are kind of expensive, but also... fracking towers are a massive pain to produce. CPUs, I will put them into the building down here. He's making the elevators, because it needs them and I don't. It was stuck. Was it you? Yes. Have some of that. So that's cleared out some space in my inventory. I would like to dump a small shipping pad somewhere rather than carry it around with me. I don't want these cargo shuttle pads and target pads. They're just useless. I'm never going to use these again. Let's destroy them, and if I change my mind, I can always get more. That's fine. This infrastructure is not expensive. Basically, I shouldn't really care about any of this stuff. I've got various low-tier belt stuff. Let's ditch all of that as well. That. And that. And that. And that. And I don't know why I care about how much of all these basically ridiculously cheap things I waste, but apparently I do. Right, let's try. I've got a couple of bots now, so let's chuck them in here and see what happens. So, if I give you a transport bot, I get a faster machine, plus 5% machine speed. Okay, cool. If I put in a heavy transport bot, then we get no effect. Okay, we'll bring him back out again. We'll put in one of these guys because why not? That's giving us a 5% speed boost. Oh no, I had one more type. I had another type of bot. That was... I picked up... Oh no, I didn't. I ran out of inventory space before I picked up another one. Right, and I'll throw this one away. Because I don't need two of those for this testing purpose. Then there was, yes, these guys. Maintenance drones. It would make sense for a maintenance drone to be fairly useful in a beacon. I can't see a cleaning drone being all that useful, but we'll give it a try anyway. Same with a screen bot. It doesn't make an enormous amount of sense. I forget what you guys are. You're planter drones. I don't see you being particularly useful, but you never know. Mining drones I could see being very useful in a beacon that was affecting a mine. Military ones, not so much, but again, you never know. I'll build a chest to put all of these in, so whenever I want to wipe bots over in a beacon, then I can just pull them out of the chest. Oh, and I need full-size robots as well. There we go, get one of those. And then I've got my 3 full-size robots from over here, which I think I'm probably going to have to take out directly out of here. Whoop. By touchdown and manage inventory. Give me one of your combat bots. Split. Splat. Splot. Same down here. I can imagine that pointing a combat bot at at turrets, if we got to the point where you have turrets, could be quite interesting. Could be quite effective, or would make a lot of sense. Yeah, I have been saying in a lot of my videos and my general sort of comments about the game that I think that it would be nice if the various robots you built did something rather than just being for sale. And so it's quite nice that they've now actually implemented that. I approve of this. So let's see if I can get a more than 5% productivity boost. Sorry, speed boost. And that is that's the thing. Touchdown. Right, there we go. Right, so with this little guy on there, I don't know what he's doing to make the machines run 5% faster. Maybe he's helping carry stuff around for them. It makes no sense, but never mind. It's not that sort of game. So we'll start up here with the light bot, because that's first on the list. That has no effect. A vacuum bot has no effect. Go figure. A screen bot has no effect. A maintenance drone has 7.5% machine speed, and without the power bump, because I got a power penalty with this, didn't I? Yeah, plus 1% power consumption, whereas putting in a maintenance drone increases the speed more and without the power penalty, so that's really good. Planter drone, no effect? No effect. That I'm sort of okay with that. It would have been a bit weird if a planter drone had much of an effect on that. A mining drone has no effect. A combat drone, no effect. A snack bot has no effect. And this one might work. No, still no effect. What about a miner robot? No. Combat robot? No. And finally, a farmer robot? No. Okay, so that's mildly disappointing, but I can use the maintenance. I can put the maintenance drone in there, and he's actually quite useful. He does a 7.5% speed boost, so that's quite nice. That's not to be sniffed at. So let's now put in another robot workstation, because that one's doing those two machines. If I want to put in another one over here, I can't because I haven't left room for it. But actually, I could probably put it on top of here, and yeah, it's still touching those machines, so I can put it on top of these splitters. That's quite nice. And then I can put another maintenance drone in here and get that 7.5% machine speed boost as well. Oh, do they? Oh, so they... so they do. That's much better. That's much more sensible. Okay, thank you for pointing that out to me. I was clearly not paying enough attention. So the light bot is a machine... increases the speed of miners. I wonder if that includes vein miners. Probably not, but you never know. The vacuum bot improves smelters, so I'm about to put in lots and lots of those, so that's nice. And that's a machine efficiency and a massive power consumption boost, but never mind. They've got Screen Bot, which is for casting machines, so I feel like there's a pun in there, like they are casting actors for for whatever they put on the screens, but that's because I see puns wherever I go. Planter, that is crystal refiners. I don't remember seeing crystal refiners, but they make pump jacks run faster, so that could be useful if I start to use up too much oil. Okay, cool. Mining drones makes crushers, miners, and smelters faster and use slightly more power. Okay, so that could be really useful for lots of these mining drones would be good for the system we're about to go and set up. Although I do also have miner robots to skip ahead a little bit, which is a 25% boost to the machine speed. So that'll be really good for the system I'm about to set up. And that is crushers, miners, and smelters. And I think the things I call furnaces are actually smelters. So I think these would mean I would need slightly fewer in order to get the stuff out of them. So if they're running 125% speed, then I'm going to have to do maths and I'm going to hate it. So yeah, okay, but okay. Good for crushers. Are you even better for crushers? No, you do an efficiency boost for crushers. So that's sort of useful, except we now have infinite supplies of all the resources. That's a machine speed boost there, but of machines I don't particularly care about, apart from pump jacks. This has got research server efficiency. Ooh, that's worth having. Let's get some of that. Actually, no, let's make proper science. Let's put some of those in by our science park. That'd be good. And then snack bots do chemical buildings, incinerators, flare stacks. So chemical buildings, that would improve the speed of our chemical plants, but quite a lot of the stuff in the oil area is not chemical plants. Combat drone is for crushers, as we saw before, and that's for crushers and miners and smelters, but that's a efficiency boost. Okay, well, there's some interesting stuff in there. I think the most important thing I've got here is going to be this guy. Doing this for any assembly machines that are running a bit too slowly is going to be very valuable. And also, I think that's going to be quite handy for making big robot guys over there, because those two of these, the first two assembly lines I put in, I didn't leave a good way of expanding production over there. So if I want to make any more of the robots with these assembly lines, I'm going to need to make these machines run faster. And so having these things is going to be very, very useful for that. This one, I'd learned my lesson, and now this is expandable because I can have the bottom story can make more robot parts, and then the top floor can actually build them. So yeah, I've learned my lesson kind of. The other question is, what will the other robot type? So maybe the operator robot is going to get me... yes, operator robot gives me machine efficiency. Okay, that could be quite nice. That's so basically productivity, extra free stuff. And I was hoping there'd be another. I could look in here actually, couldn't I? Robots, and then we'll find the personal assistant robot. That gives me the machine speed boost for assemblers and chemical, basically everything. So those are going to be really good to have as well. Hello, No Guard. Yeah, I'll probably have to stop relatively soon. No, there's a bit more to do yet. I've just started playing with some of the new features. So most of the stream I've been setting up a whole new vein mining system for coal because I ran out at the end of the last stream. But also I've now started. These are functionally Factorio beacons. So this little drone here is working very hard at this workstation in order to make some of my assembly machines run that a bit faster. His coverage area I won't be able to show you because I don't have a. Maybe I can if I click on it. Nope. His coverage area is basically a sort of a block out in front of him. So he's getting that assembly machine and that assembly machine. And he's making them run a little bit more quickly because I'm very, very short of green belts. And I would like to have some more. And there's less than 500 in there. Oh, that's because the first 500 went into here to be made into blue belts. So, there are a couple of things I want to do now. One is head back over here and put in some blue belts in some important places. And, put in the final... No, I did put in the final drill, but I need some blue belts to make sure it's outputting fast enough, I think. No, I didn't put in the final drill. There should be a fifth one over here. So that needs to be done to get this running at full speed from that vein. But that's less of a problem, less of an issue at this moment, I think, because it's working quite well. The other thing I want to do is go out into some terra incognita and explore a little bit of new land. So I think I might head out over this way and go and just wander out towards this mineral or rock ore vein over here because I want to build a omni-analyzer, and that means I'm going to need to find some collectibles. Oh yes, and I could address that indestructible block, go over and say, "Oi, stop it!" That'd be a good idea. Let's do that. But let's make an omni-analyzer, so I've got something to put the stuff in when I make them. So that's going to take 15 iron, 10 parts, and 10 electronics. So 15 iron. I don't know how much that is. That's going to be enough. I'll throw the rest away because I don't care. And then 10 of these. And 10 of these. So I can now make one of those. Oh, I also want to make a box to put all these robot types in because picking them all up was a bit silly. And I can't be bothered to put them in sensible places. So, that's going to be a logic container 2, which is 10 steel and 4 advanced parts. 10 steel. Can I drop some? Yeah, I can drop them on the floor for a moment. Oh no, I want the omni-analyzer. Where'd they go? Oh, there they go. Right, so what was it? 10 steel. And 4 of these. Right, so now I can make a handy box to put things in, except I can't because I need one more electronic component. What? So now I can make a handy box to put things in, like that. Then, can I pick up any of these? No. They actually do, yeah, they sit quite nicely on the floor, these are some of the bots, which makes a certain sense. Right, I'm going to throw away the steel. Boom. I'm going to throw away the electronic components. Boom. And then I'm going to pick up those. And then I'm going to put the box down over here and chuck them in it like this. Where is it? In my inventory somewhere, probably. No. Sort, that's what I was looking for. Logistics container. No. Use the interface properly, Laurence. You've played this game before. Right, let's put that there. And I'm just going to chuck all my robots in it. Like this. Bonk, 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 bonk. And sorting them alphabetically is all very well, but it'd be nice to have a sort by category as well. Because I feel like I've got all the drones out, bots out now, but oh no, there's some there. But I am very, very not sure. Yeah, that looks alright. And I will destroy those because I don't care. And then I have some actual inventory space. Lovely. I will get some green belts just because I don't like going around without any. I might want them for something. So I'll take a stack and I'll leave this building up until we get some more. Then, yes, let's fly back over to the iron ore mine, partly because, I want to finish it off and get that 10th vein patch, and then upgrade to blue belts a little bit down there so that it will work with that 10th vein patch, and we'll have the 10, which as discussed earlier is in fact nearly 12. And then so we can get that one up and running. Then I also want to check how deep the water is, and whether the other vein patches are in fact underwater, or whether they're under the land off to the side of it, or whether they're under the land under the water. So basically, whether it's safe to go in to get those, or whether I'm just going to cause a massive flood if I do. Now, if I do cause a flood, it's not the end of the world. I can patch it up and dry it up, and it's not the end. It's not too serious, but it is a little bit annoying when you accidentally flood a chunk of the base. I won't spend all of the belts I'm carrying on extending the other coal belt, because I think the 2 that we've got at the moment is more than enough. And I won't actually start building any of the the steel smelting stuff. That I'll leave for next week. So there's my fracking tower. That means I am basically there. So there is, yes, that one floating block over here, which has been driving me crazy. So I'll come over here, and then what have I got in here? What's reasonably? We'll use stone. That's fine. I mean, that is kind of okay. At least it's not floating in the air anymore, so I'm sort of reasonably okay with that. Yes, the adorable robot beacons are indeed adorable and beacony. I do quite like them, because there is something very adorable about a lot of the art style in this. And then when you've got your little robots bouncing away and working hard to make your machines run better and faster, it's very pleasing. I do approve of that. It is a very nice additional feature. I like it. I do also like the aesthetics for the game as well. The slightly rounded cubes that everything is made of work nicely, especially when you then put in a block of something like the Foundation, and it turns out, because this is man-made, or at least robot-made, it is not a soft cube, it is a hard cube. There's a lot of nice aesthetics in it. It's a lovely cartoony art style. Yes, my factory has got, or my resource gathering for my factory has got rather large. We've got the coal extraction down here, because that was the nearest ignium ore vein that we could find. Then we've got copper happening here, because that was the nearest copper vein. Then we've got the main factory in the middle here. Then we've got telexite over here. We've got the iron over here. It's got a bit big. It's got a bit out of control. I wish I had trains, but that's not going to come until the next update. So, playing Star Rupture. Okay. That sounds like what we would call a bug, or possibly a exploit. Yeah, it's quite nice that there is no actual damageableness. There is no full damage, no any sort of damage for the robot, for your robot. I do kind of appreciate that, because it would be quite annoying if you just accidentally blew yourself up all the time. Especially if you then lost all of your stuff, like you do in Minecraft. Okay, the veins are down at 107, which is, how far down is 107? Right, it is. The water is deeper than that from here, so we can get to them. And we can get to them without drowning the systems, I think. But we would have to be a little bit careful. Yes, trains in next update, absolutely. I would be using rails, but I don't have them yet, and I am far too impatient for that. I suspect, if I'm being honest, what I think is probably going to happen with the playthrough is I'm going to finish it in a relatively small number of weeks. Maybe I wouldn't like to say exactly how many. Maybe it's going to be 2 or 3, something like that. And then, and by finish, I mean I'm going to do all of the research, get all of the at least all of the unhidden achievements, and then I'll call that done. And then I'll probably revisit it when the trains are released, so that I can have a bit of a play with them, because trains are awesome, as we all know. And then I'll come, and then that'll probably be it. And we'll, I'll leave the game alone for a while, and then probably revisit it, ideally in multiplayer, at some point in the future. Probably when they go to their 1.0 or whatever they decide they want to call the next release. So we've got green belt coming in here. This is blue. Right. Yes, it's this level I want to go around and put in the additional drill. So we'll do that. I'm obviously not going to build out to market to the entire universe, because that is a ridiculous goal. So no, don't be. Also, don't be silly. But I will look at. Ooh, that's interesting. I've never seen that before. The two ore vein chunks are offset. But I will at least try and get all of the Chiefs. And I think some of the Chiefs require you to do significant quantities of selling. So maybe that will require quite a lot of expansion. We will see. One of them is I think it was 1 billion thermalite. And since I'm earning about 1.6 million a day, that means we're looking at about 500 in-game days, which is, I don't even know how long that is, but it feels like a long time. So that would require a certain amount of expansion of the factory in order to get that one. I will see whether it seems like a reasonable goal or not once I've done most of the other achievements. We'll see, basically. But my basic intention is to make all of the robots, do all of the science, and be selling all of the robots, have them coming out at an appropriate rate. And I would like to do all of the achievements, but as I say, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how reasonable they are. Oh, no, it's further back because it's drilled into it. Duh. Of course it is. Okay, this has stopped running now. That's kind of a good thing. I know it's a good thing. It means we've got enough coal now. So yes, that's good. But I would like to. I'll link this in here and just make sure it starts working as well. So do that, and so we want to come out to here, and then go down to there like that. Boom. And also, I'm going to need another one of these guys, like that. There we go. It took more tries than it should have done. And that goes into there. Right, so there we go. That is now... We now have 10 miners, which is basically 12, as previously discussed. Lovely. Was there anything else I need to do over here? I don't think so. I think this will be somewhere that I'll probably revisit in the future if I have problems with coal. Now, it looks like if I do have problems with coal in the future, it's probably going to be that I just can't pull enough out of this patch, and I will need to go and find another vein to tap. But at that point, I'll be so far through the game that I think that'll actually be okay and perfectly acceptable, and so on and so on. So I don't think I'll mind. Are you a way out? No. Yes, but no. So I think that'll be okay. I'll have trains by then as well, I suspect. So I'm following this tunnel again. I've missed my way. I've missed the exit. Let's go back to the exit because I don't actually want to fly all the way down the tunnels. That's boring, and the scenery isn't very exciting. So let's escape here. This isn't a very obvious. You know what? I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to get out this guy. I'm going to switch over to the No, I'm not. I'm going to. I'm going to mine out that, and that, and that, and that. I didn't mean to get quite that much. Let's put those two back in again. And then I'm going to put in soil here. I'm going to soil the ceiling, because that is a different colour. And therefore, I might have an actual chance of noticing that I've come to the exit when I'm running along here. Yeah, that's a lot more obvious. It highlights it as a here be ways out, so I can pop up here. And then up here, and like that. Whee! Okay, I've escaped. If selling things were a finite market, multiplayer would say, oh, so you're imagining everybody has their own planet. I think, to be honest, I think it's more fun to play multiplayer with your friends, basically. I think that's a bit more interesting than. No, it's not that. It's a bit more interesting than playing competitively on completely different planets. Now these are the sort of things I'm out trying to find. I think. Xeno scrap, yeah. And hang on, this was in an area that had been explored. Maybe it wasn't explored. Maybe I only explored it by coming down and tapping this ignium vein here. Okay, so that is the sort of thing that I'm out here looking for. As well as heading over to go and see the wizard. No, the stone mine. I don't know what height to fly at to try not to miss these. There's another one. So yeah, there's quite a few of these around, but I'm guessing they're not particularly valuable. And I'm going to need large quantities of them. You know what? Now I've got more than 0 of them. Let's head back over and see what I can do with it. Corporate espionage and sabotage. Yes, that is certainly a thing that could be done. No, I'd rather have something have a multiplayer where I go out and I build all the machinery for factories, and then somebody else comes along and makes it all look pretty for me. Right, so let's go back in here, because down here there is electricity. Boink. Somewhere. Here we go. Here must be electricity. So we'll one by one. Boop, boop, boop. I am actually genuinely just going to put my Zeno information eraser on the floor in this tunnel, because I want to find out what it does. Where is it? There it is. It is 3 by 6. 3 by 3. 3 by 6. And I also want to know whether 3 pieces of Zeno thing is actually a useful amount. So if I grab you, put Mr. Omni-Lizer down there, and perform an analysis. Insert Zeno scrap. Okay. I really hope you've got some sort of logistics input on you, because if I have to put these things in one at a time like this is going to be utter nonsense. Ah, right. So I put one in, it did a thing. Now I can see that I can unlock a short-range scanner. Ah, so I can find Xenoscrap remnants on the surface. That'll be useful. Rocket boots, so I can double jump. I've got a jetpack, that's not particularly useful. And I can detect Xenoscraps in caves. That sounds really nice. Friend group setting up a server in the same world with a shared economy. The thing is, though, in that world, are you expecting the players to interact? And if so, are you expecting to interact friendly? And one says, "Here you go, have some iron." Perhaps even selling them some iron, but they have to run a. I suppose you could have a belt that runs to a counter machine that says, "Mumbly, pieces of iron have gone through here. Player 2 owes player 1 27 Thermalite or 37 credits that they can then pay off with other resources." So you could have something like that. That could be quite interesting. The other possibility is that you get in each other's way. I remember Open Transport Tycoon Deluxe. I've played a little bit of that multiplayer, at least against AIs. I don't remember if I've ever actually played it against a real person. And there is too much opportunity for trolling in that, because if you put down a single piece of railway where somebody else is going to want to go, they just can't build through it. So you'd have to set up rules and things about that to make sure you're playing nicely. Yeah, there are certainly possibilities, things you could do. Right, so we can also have personal excavation drones, and oh nice, okay, so that's the thing that I already have, but okay, so I've got that unlocked already because I got it through research, fine. And I've got 2 additional personal excavation drones. I can make them run faster, that's quite nice. Drill shape 202, got that. Excavation speed, got that. So crafting speed, okay. So there are some useful things in here. I feel like there's not very much stuff yet. Maybe that's because I've only got 2 Xenoscrap at the moment, but let's unlock the short-range scanner. There we go. So we'll grab that one. What's all this Xenolitter on my pristine planet? Yeah, well, you can go around and tidy it up, I suppose. So I'm going to have to make one of those now, probably. Rocket boots I don't really care about. I would like to have 20 of them in order to get the short-range scanner, and then I can have 30 of them in order to get the excavation drones. Basically, I'm going to unlock all of these things as well. That is also an objective of mine now, because they are there. At least until they start looking like they're infinite researchers, then I'm going to have to get everything in here. So, have I already got that Xenoscanner? Yes, I have. There's... Okay, so if I come over here to my exit shaft. That sounds wrong. Let's turn this. Let's go straight up here and see, because I think I'm either going to not find water or I'm going to be very, very close to the edge and then be able to fix it fairly quickly. So I'm going to risk it because it's kind of annoying going in and out through it. It's water. Okay, well we're going to come up here anyway then, and we're going to get out the stone, and we're going to go build. There we go. That's reached the surface, and up slightly above. That was a bit of a mess, but... Oh, no, not like that. Never mind, that'll do. And then a bit there. Right, okay, I've now sealed it off from the evil water. However, unfortunately, due to it using Minecraft physics, I still need to... What have I done? Oh, booked myself out? Yes, I booked myself out. Unfortunately, due to using Minecraft water physics, the water is not going to all drain down into the bottom of the tank, into the bottom of the hole. On the plus side, it uses Minecraft water physics, so I haven't just irreparably flooded my entire tunnel system. If I go down a little bit, eventually I'll probably drop out. Maybe not. What have I done? I don't know. Let's put some dirt in. And in fact, let's do a vertical drag, because then I can just go from the very surface here. I can just drag all the way down like this, down to the bottom, or at least down 32, and then accidentally eject myself way up into the air because I didn't leave space for myself in that. Hopefully, that is now going to have removed all of the water. So if I go back down here again, am I going down in the right place? I'm not convinced. I could have sworn I put in soil for my tunnelling needs. And it wasn't that colour soil either. I'm very confused. Maybe I put some stone in? Okay, here we go. Now we're into the soil. So let's see what sort of mess we've left at the bottom of here. Right, okay, there is still some water down here, which is creating quite the mess. But it is, as I say, it is using Minecraft physics, so it could be a lot worse. And apparently Minecraft boat physics are in evidence as well. Right, let us do some tidying. Come on, what are you doing? Right, now, if I go back down through here again... Oh, that's interesting. Dirt completely surrounded by rock. Looks a lot like rock. So that's why I was confused. No, that's done absolutely no good whatsoever. Where is the water coming from? The water is coming from here. There we go, that's a little bit better. What is still water? Okay, so there's still water there. Okay. 3, right. And there we go. Now the water is all gone. Oh. I mean, I understand it using Minecraft style water physics because trying to do sort of realistic water simulation would be, on the one hand, extremely difficult, and on the second hand, would mean and on the hour hand, perhaps, would mean that I would have just completely flooded this entire cave system. Water would have poured down the hole over there. It would be absolutely ridiculous. So, yeah, I'm glad, but also, it looks silly. Pop. Oh, and there's a gap in there that needs filling in as well, apparently, like that. There we go. So, this is now my new entrance. It is suitable and will allow me to... allow me to find the way down to my underground lair without too much difficulty. I should probably delete that one up there, but never mind. But yeah, actually, let's delete this one. So I'll set this to stun, and just remove all of that, all of that, all of that. Right, there we go. You'd never know. There is still a hole there, but I don't care. That's fine. I don't mind there being an additional hole. I just want the best one to go into to be really obvious. Right, so there is a Xeno scrap remnant in somewhere around here. But it's 30 away because it's down at ground level. Bing. Wait, what? Oh, there it is. There's another one underwater. Underwater? No, just here on the banks. Okay, so it does help you find it is reasonably good for finding stuff. It's a little bit of a silly way of doing it, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure whether it points you to the nearest one or not, but it does seem to point you towards some. Although I can't see this one. I see no... Oh, there it is. They're a bit hard to spot from certain angles. So yeah, you could, as you're buzzing around the world, you can sort of generally keep your eyes out for them and I suppose grab them as you go. This one's got me running in circles. There it is. In fact, there's loads in this area. I should probably be looking for them as well as just using the scanner. Yeah, so it doesn't seem to take you towards the nearest one. And also, it's very easy to overshoot. But I suppose it's better than... Oh, there's one. Was that there before? I don't know. I didn't see... If it was, I didn't see it. But... Anyway, yeah, so we can go around finding certain amounts of Xenoscrap. Lovely. They do seem to move a bit. Or it feels like they move. Maybe it's just that the thing updates slowly. I'm not sure. But it is a slightly weird system for finding them. How many have I got now? 11. There was something I vaguely wanted, wasn't there? Oh, there's the one that detects caves for you. So let's gather a bit more until I find that. I don't know whether I'm being bad at spotting them, or whether that... There's one. That wasn't 14 away. This is a very weird thing. It doesn't fit in with the rest of the game. But then I think they've sort of acknowledged that. It's sort of they want to give a bit of a reward for exploration, whilst still keeping the game mostly about the whole factory side stuff. And sure, it is mildly interesting. I think it's probably going to be one of those things where when you get to a new area, there'll be loads of them around, and you may, and depending on how interested you are in collecting Xenoscrap, you might fly around and grab a load of them like this. But then once you've cleaned an area out, there won't be any there, so you'll carry on building. It'll all be miles away, and you'll see larger numbers on the scanner, and you'll go, well, I can't bother to go that far. I'll just wait and I'll wait until I go somewhere else to get some. I do feel like it keeps changing which one it's going for. Got 15 this way. Okay, is that 15? Apparently, I think it's not that it keeps changing. I think it's that my feel for how far I'm moving is completely out. Each block is about half the size I expect it to be. And if you can spot them by eye, it is a lot easier to get to them than it is to use the scanometron. Or at least it feels that way to me. Especially when you're out in the desert. So yeah, finding them in the desert is much, much easier. So this seems to be the way to go. Is if you really want them, head out into the desert, because then they're fairly obvious. He says, immediately not seeing any. There's one. This is the one the scanner was guiding me to be fair. But the scanner definitely helps. If it could provide a highlight on the screen for you, that'd be even better. But that'd be asking a bit too much. We'll probably make it a bit too easy to find them, I guess. All right, that'll do for now, I think. Bear in mind, I've got a few more pixels than you have, so I'm playing at 1440p. You're watching at 1080, and through YouTube or Twitch compression. YouTube compression. So that's I've got a significant advantage there, and also I've got the ability to, because I'm the one controlling the camera. That also makes it probably a bit easier for me as well. Okay, so that is a handful of scraps and mildly useful things gathered up. The nearest one is now apparently 134 metres away, so I think that makes me think I've probably gathered enough of them. Although flying through that canyon looks like good fun. Right, so where am I anyway? Okay, I've got over to here. So yeah, that was, as I suspected, that was exploring a new area of the map, which is why I was able to find them. I suspect, I'm going to go back to where I put my analyzer-matron, feed the stuff into it. It was over here somewhere, wasn't it? Feed all the bits and pieces I've discovered into it, get a little bit more stuff, and then pick it up and take it back over to the main part of the factory and keep things over. Oh, you're on 720, so yeah, even harder for you then. You are literally at a quarter of the resolution that I am. Okay, I didn't start playing the game. Well, actually no, I played the early access demo thing that they released in the Steam Fest. And I think that was, I don't think that had the space station, so you didn't have any sort of end game thing to do. I would like that one, please. Yes. So yeah, that probably was pre-space station, come to think of it. But since I started playing it seriously, it's always had the the space station there as a resource sink, basically. Let's do that one as well, because I've got the money for it, and I might as well, basically. I don't think I'll ever actually use the rocket boots for double jump, but why not? Okay, so let's pick this back up again. Doink. And, right, so yes, I was going to go over and find... Ooh, I was going to go over and... This is not the exit I wish to use. This is the exit to use. Put that away. Right, I'm going to go over and find the stone patch, the stone vein rather, and see if we spot any. Any caves while we're out that way. And if so, I'll go and investigate them, because that's another new thing that's been added into the game now. So I obviously want to go and have a look at it. We'll see what we find for Xenoscrap remnants. Now it seems to have, I was going to say it seems to have fixated on one, but no, it's switched to another one now. So okay, it is. I don't know if it's finding the nearest one, but it's certainly finding a different one. Let's fly through this chasm because it's there. Whee! Red 5 flying by. I don't know if I'm red. I think I'm probably a blue robot. I usually do. Oh, there's one. I usually do colour myself in blue in these games if I can. Sort of, you know, you need a sort of a trademark colour. There's one right on the top of the two on the top of the hill here. So yeah, I think in a way it's more fun flying around, grabbing them, spotting them, and grabbing them like this, especially when they're really obvious on top of a hill or something like that, or like that, than it is using the scanner. But if anyone sees it saying anything about a cave, please do let me know, because I do want to go and investigate caves. I would also appreciate being able to grab them from slightly longer range, because if I'm flying around with jetpack, it'd be nice to just be able to go and get them from that little bit further away. Seem to have found another massive mountain range. Nope, that's just a rock, but that's a thing. That's also a rock. I'm quite glad that I'm not trying to demolish this mountain with my construction bots. Look at this lovely, unsullied area of land. How much fuel? I've still got 3.3 gigajoules. Okay, that's all right then. I was thinking I'd hate to get accidentally stuck out here. That would really suck, and have to walk back. So yeah, I think that is the mineral vein I spotted that I reckoned was the closest place I'm going to be able to actually get rock from. So that is going to be a very, very long drive for the mining thing. But okay, we'll carry on heading that way. So carry on west and a little bit north. Yeah, maybe an auto pickup as an upgrade. Well, there's no point in having it once you've researched everything that you can research, because then you wouldn't need them anymore. But yeah, as an optional thing you can grab after a couple of researches. Or after a few upgrades. That'd be quite nice. Yes. Why does it say J at the top of the screen? Oh, short range scanner. Right, let's just switch over to Xenoscrap then, because that we can find. Ah, here we go. Fox. Actually, let's go over to the area we want to be in first anyway, and then we'll go and find a proper Xenoscrap, which is going to be down in a cave. Excellent. Okay, thank you, Regular. It's yeah, I'm having fun with the new features at the moment, so I will I will take on board what you've said, but postpone bed a little bit. Okay, I want to see one of the caves before I stop. You know, I should probably tag the patch on the vein patch on the map, so I'll be able to find it a bit more easily. Okay, nearly there. Oh, actually, I could just do this to try and find it. And we go. Okay, there's the iron one. Bing. And then somewhere just over here, I think. There's one directly below me. Might be able to go and find that. Ping? Ping. There it is. Right, so we're in roughly the right area. That's my stone vein over there. Bonk. Okay, a little bit further this way. And then now we need to... And now we shall burrow and go down and see what we find. I wish I could remember what height all of my other standard tunnels are at, but I've probably written it down somewhere, but I can't remember. Ooh, look. A cave. Gosh. This is my first cave. I sort of expected... It's probably from playing too much Minecraft, but I was expecting there to be some sort of enemy in here that I was going to have to deal with. But I don't have any weapons. What I can do is run around picking things up like this. This is actually a healthy amount of stuff to be getting. These are worth one each, but there's loads and loads of them all really, really close together, so you can get a massive quantity of them, which is quite nice. Now, I think that this is the scanner is probably overpowered. I think that the scanner is too cheap. There should be a bit more effort required before you get both the normal scanner and even more so before you get the advanced scanner that finds the caves for you. Because this strikes me as having been too much stuff far too easily. That said, maybe but however, that said, because of the way I've started the game in a partway with all of the research is done and so on, I think that's probably a good thing because it means I can go in and play with and interact with the new system. In a new game, I think it'd be nice if it was a little bit harder to find the stuff and you had to sort of just, come across it as you explore, and maybe you needed sort of, say, 50 before you got the scanner. I don't know. I'm picking the numbers somewhat fairly randomly and arbitrarily, but I feel it was too cheap, and it should be getting the scanner. It makes such a big difference to finding the stuff that it should be a lot more expensive. And then getting the advanced scanner, because it then allows you to find places like this, where I've gone around and found 50. I found 50 down here already, but actually no, I had a few before I came in here, but I've certainly found more than 40 down here already, and I'm just going around grabbing them. I think it'd be nicer if it was a bit more of a struggle to get the tools that make it that easy to find these things, because I feel like it should be, if you stumble into a cave yourself while you're doing digging for mining, then I feel it should be an absolute amazing feeling that you've just struck the mother lode, as it were, and you're getting enormous quantities of resources very, very easily. Also, I think it should be easier to pick these things up, because I'm having to get quite close to them and then tap E a bajillion times with each one, and it's getting a little bit old now. And there is a lot of it down in this cave, so there's an enormous quantity of resource available, yes, which is very, very nice. But it'd be nice if you could get it a bit more easily. Now, maybe that's another thing. There should be another opportunity, thing that it costs maybe 200 of these to research, and that's a magnet which you can perhaps turn on, and it drags it all towards you. So there are lots of possibilities to make this more better. Yes, there's some good language. There's some good Englishing. Well done, Laurence. But as a general thing, as a sort of going around and finding another resource in the world, I think this is quite fun, and I quite like it. And this is a really big cave. I do feel that the cave needs a bit more going on in it. Admittedly, I'm going around staring at the floor because I'm trying to pick up all the Xeno scrap. Let's stop in a second. Let's stop now and have a bit of a look around. No, and actually, it is quite a nice cave. There's a decent amount of interest in it. Maybe I'll start fly through it. Yeah, it is a good-sized cave. It is nice and big. There's lots of different colours of rock making it up. So actually, as a natural cave goes, this is pretty good. Some underground rivers, perhaps, that sort of thing would be another thing, or maybe just underground pools would be another thing that could be added in. Basically, I'm just thinking of the sort of stuff you get in Minecraft, but I don't want to find giant spiders down here. Yeah, an auto pickup as an upgrade. That would be quite nice. Yeah, that would be good. I'm not aware of a show hitboxes. There is a. Is it? There is a. I can't remember what the button is to get it, but there is a button you can press that will give you some extra options that allow you to do things like stop time passing and move your camera around. I thought it was U or Control U or Alt U. There we go. So you've got camera tools. You can stop the day-night cycle, which I use for when I'm making videos. I could turn the early access watermark off if I wanted to, for example. I could turn the UI off, which is good for screenshots, and so on and so on. There's a few options in here. But I've not really bothered with any of those very much. What was I saying? Yeah, but I'm not aware of a show hitboxes option. Why can I not get in here? What am I doing wrong? There we go. Let's get out of here. I took out a tree on the way through. Fine. This is a thick jungle. So how far have I gone since I went in here? Where's that seam? Is that, are you the stone seam? Yes, you are. That's the mineral rock vein. So this is the one I'm going to want to come out and tap at some point. When that some point is going to be, I wouldn't like to say, but at some point I will be coming out here. Oh look, you can see the grid and the chunks in the way the trees have grown in the jungles. That's kind of amusing, and also I think probably counts as a bug. Right. That is indeed a lot of loot. Let's head back over to the main factory before I finish, because I don't need to tap that patch yet. It's fine. I'll leave that alone. But I think next week I'm going to be I'm going to be continuing. Let's look at the map while I fly. Next week I'm going to continue my belt of coal from here, where I managed to get it to this time, all the way over to here, and I'm going to start producing steel over here in order to bring more of it across, because I am going to need a lot more of that. I think a lot of it goes into the robots I'm producing. I don't know. I should have enough now, actually, because I've got as much pouring into the factory as I did before. It is now a solid green belt, and I had a solid green belt going in before, so it should be all right. But we'll go over and we'll have a quick look at that before we finish. I apparently have a drinking problem and just poured water all down my front. No, the mineral rock vein is on the map, so it's not going to get lost. That's absolutely fine. It's shown on there. The only real reason I use the scanner was to make it really obvious in the user interface. So I think that's fine. I'm not too worried about finding that again, as long as I remember which one I was going to go and get. What was I saying? Yes. So next time, yes, getting the coal over here so I can get the steel, so I can build steel over here, get it to flow back over this way. Producing more robots, of course, that's always a good idea, because there's still a few that I haven't started building yet, so I need to extend this down here a bit further and make some more of them. Where am I? Really well. Okay, I'm nearly back. Cool. A few more robot types, that sort of thing. Get those being shipped up into space. Have a look at how things are going, what I'm short of, and generally go around and try and keep things going. I could mark some more hill over here for deconstruction. I'll do that in a moment. First, there we go. Look, the scanner up in the top corner is now saying nothing in range. So my suspicions that this area has been generated and therefore no artifacts are going to appear in it was correct, and presumably that means there's not going to be any caves either. And if I switch over this back on again, yeah, there's still nothing in range. So that's fine. I'm okay with that. That is what I was expecting. So where is steel? We're short of copper. How are we short of copper? We've got a bajillion belts of that coming in. Where is that all going? My God. Okay, so apparently next time we're going to be looking at the copper supply, because that is now a problem as well. Steel has caught up, so that's nice. We've now got sensible amounts of steel coming through, but we are ripping through the iron that remains in this patch here. This is currently providing iron ore in order to make steel, and then over here is producing iron ore in order to make iron. So yeah, but it's okay. It seems to be okay at the moment. I should probably go and look at that as well, actually. But we do seem to now have enough steel, and once again, copper. How is copper a problem? There's so much copper coming in. Where is it all? Why is there less than a green belt coming out here? What is going on? Why are you not a full belt? Why are you empty? Why are you guys not? What? You know what? Next, I shall save my what and my incredulity for next time, when we'll come along and try and work out what has happened to all of my copper. Because there's there's 3 green belts of it flowing. Surely there's meant to be 3 green belts flowing out of the. Well, there's 4 green belts flowing out of the blast furnace down here. One of which goes over to the. No, there isn't. No. No, there's 4 green belts coming out of here, but 2 of them are going to go to be made into circuits, and the other 2 are coming out this way. So actually, there's only 2 green belts of copper coming through, and apparently, we've got to a point where 2 green belts is not enough. So the fact there's 3 coming along here is irrelevant. We need more coming out of the copper smeltery, and that's slightly unfortunate because the blast furnace over here produces, I believe, sufficient molten copper to feed 4 green belts coming out. Actually, there's a few casting machines missing here, but basically this produces enough copper to satisfy the machines I've got in there. So if I want this to go faster, I'm going to need to build another blast furnace. Jeez. Okay, that's a lot. That'll also be a thing for next time. Yeah. Right, now how do I get out of here? I got in, so I must be able to get out. Now, admittedly, I had gravity on my side when I came in. Where does this tunnel go? Does it lead me to... Okay. That's a weird tunnel to have, but I don't know what goes on in this planet anymore. Right, where did I get in through? I didn't spiral all the way down this belt, I know that much. Did I come in over here? Oh, that looks like an exit. Tank, I need an exit. There we go. So, I wanted to go and have a look at this iron patch over here, see if there's any left. I seem to remember there being a way in through a hole in the ground, and here is a hole in the ground. But it is not a way in. I'm also not far enough along. What about through here? You can tell this is an area I mined out with the with the orbital laser, can't you? Because it's sort of ugly, and there are many just sort of big round holes that I've then covered over and gone, eh. I mean, you know what? I could just tunnel. Where am I? Okay, I am fairly close. That's a funny shaped iron patch. I mean, I know why it's a funny shape, but it is still a funny shape. And this earth is nice and soft, so I can cut through it quite easily. Like a hot knife through butter. Ping? 1 ping only. That way. Okay. Can we go through this hole, please? A bit more of the this underground area. This is a silly way of travelling. There's probably a much better hole somewhere over on the other side of the factory. But I don't know where it was, so I would have spent a lot of time looking for the hole. And struggling to find it. But I am nearly here now, so this is pretty good. Can we have some more digging, please? There we go. Here is my iron patch. So we've got red bots doing the digging now. Yeah, so you can see they go out to presumably to the nearest point of iron. So that means we've got this sort of tree shape that's been produced over here. Oh yeah, I can gather rubble that way. That's nice. Yeah, so they will dig it out like this, and we'll end up with this sort of weird shape. But there's still actually quite a lot left down here. Presumably this was approximately spherical before. It is now approximately not, but I'd say that's probably about half used at a sort of a vague eyeballing. Yeah, very much an hourglass figure. Apple core, yes. There could be a wrong colour belt in there somewhere. No, I think it is just the amount of copper that's being brought through that is the problem. So yeah, this is going to be okay. We've got our 4 belts of iron ore being taken away. That's all being turned into steel down the other end. That's great. We're happy with that. Here is the way out, I suspect. Except I think I might have built over the top. Oh no, here we go. There is a way out. Hurrah! It's down behind the... For future reference, it is down behind the... What are you making? Combat drones. I will never remember that, but never mind. Right, so yes, I think that is about everything for today. I will set up a little bit of mining as I do my outro. So I think yes, we've played with I think most of the new features. The biggest one, from my point of view at least, being the beacons. those are fantastic. They're allowing me to get, well, they will allow me to get a bit more stuff out of some of my buildings, which is always very, very nice to have. I'm not sure how much I will actually use them. You do get some reasonable bonuses from using them. So you can get a 25% speed increase if you with the right types of droids. So that's pretty good. I don't know whether it's something I'm going to use an enormous amount, but I can certainly see the use of it. Beyond that, then there's also the Xeno stuff collecting that we can do, which is nice, I suppose. I'm not that bothered by it. I get I'll take that back. It's a nice sort of extra feature to have in there that will add in some an additional resource for you to collect and some additional unlocks. I guess it's a bit like the awesome shop in Satisfactory. It's another, rather than just doing the standard researches and finding things that way, it's another way of collecting stuff and giving the players things to hunt after. So that's quite nice, really. Okay, then we'll do from my plume's in the way as usual. No, not there. From there. No. Come on, Laurence, get a hang of the... Wait, what? Okay, well, we'll go from here. And we go out all the way over here to here, probably. And then go down. So yeah, so play with the beacons have been, I think, the thing I was most excited about after the options they were advertising. Things that... Sure. What? I don't know what's going on here. I give up. I'll come back to this later. Yeah. So the beacons, I think, were the most exciting thing out of what they're out of the things that were advertising. The exploration and having the caves in there is definitely fun. I like knowing there's holes under the ground, the caves to go down and accidentally find and explore and so on. So I think that's all good fun as well. And I'm looking forward to trying it out a bit more. In fact, you know what? I should spend all of the bits and pieces that I've just gathered as well, shouldn't I? Poor BB-8. I should let him out of his hole as well, because it was a bit mean putting him in there. But yeah, so those two things have been quite fun. I'm trying to remember if there were other things that were added as well, and I've sort of got this funny feeling that there were, but I can't quite put my finger on what else was put into it. But anyway, anything else that was in there that's been added new, I'll check into and let you know about in an upcoming stream. So if I do that and 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 that. And then he falls all the way down the big hole. Well, you can either... Come on, back you come. There you go. Now you can have a wander around up here and you're probably safe. Alright, so let's go in here now. So, I've got 123 stuff. So I'll do crafting speed because that's obviously useful. The personal mining drones, actually, that could be quite nice as well, because that's going to give me, when I do try and dig stuff out myself, that's going to be quite nice to have that extra bit of speed. I don't do it all that much, but when I do want it to run, it'd be nice if it was a bit faster. And I suspect, I don't know where I get a Xeno crystal from. Maybe that's something I need to research. There are no traces of these crystals near the surface. Instead, they seem to form around lava caves deep underground. Caves might be accessible already. We should continue looking technologies. Leave. Right, okay. So I need to go and find Xeno crystals, which are going to be down in the lava caves. So I need to go all the way down, way, way, way underground, in an area that I haven't explored yet. So out here, or hadn't explored yet, so potentially out here. And then see if I can find some Xeno crystals down there and then bring them back. And that, presumably, is then going to unlock more stuff. So that's quite nice, actually. Because that means that you're gating the Xeno crystals, and that you can get these things basically as soon as you want, just by going out and exploring the world. But in order to get the Xeno crystals, I think you need to research one of the improved mining techniques in order to be able to get down all that far underground. And I feel like to get down to the lava caves, realistically, you need to have done some of the extra researches. I'm not sure which ones, but I feel like you do. So yeah, I think that's quite a nice way of gating some of it behind other stuff. But that means next time I'll have to go off and find one of those crystals, bring it back here, and see if we can get something useful out of that. Okay, so I think, yes, I've said I'm going to end in enough times now, so I think I probably actually should. It's also 8 minutes past tomorrow, so you know. Right, so yes, what's happening this week? So it's today is Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday, we've got a couple of videos coming out. I believe this week, if you're a supporter, you're going to be getting a Factorio video, probably about Castra tomorrow, and then a Foundry video on Friday. If you're not a supporter, then it's going to be 2 Factorio videos from the previous supporter ones from last week, because supporters get access to the videos a week early to say thank you for, well, you know, being supporters. The group of us will be back on Monday, 7:30 p.m. UK time as usual, to carry on with some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers, where we'll be carrying on doing all of the things we do reasonably well, and carrying on trying to deal with some more Gleba stuff. Wednesday, I'll be back for a bit more Foundry. I'm getting a little low on things to do. I'm getting relatively close to the end of the list of things to do, but there's a few more things in here. There's a few achievements I'll need to unlock. There is more stuff to do, so there's going to be at least another couple of streams, I reckon, if not a bit more, because setting up the steel and probably improving the copper is going to take at least one stream, maybe more than that. We will see how it goes. Right, so I think is all I have for you. Thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow on Twitch, or possibly vice versa. It's been great having you all around. Thank you very much for watching. If you're on Twitch, please stick around. We'll go off and find someone to raid, because it's always nice to sort of pass off my audience to someone else when I can no longer entertain them. So yes, once again, thank you very much for watching. Good night, everyone. Good night, NoGuard. Good night, good night, Regular. Good night, Board Easy. Good night, everyone else. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. And that's not how I move the mouse over to click on the buttons. So I'll do that. Right, so, I should pause the game as well, actually, shouldn't I? There we go. Right, now, let's go and find someone to raid. It looks like there is this on Twitch? Yes, it is. There is someone has posted in the Foundry Discord, so I think that would be a good person to go and raid, because they're advertising themselves. So, let's see, raid channel. There we go. 6 people watching. Okay, they're a similar size to me. Right, let's try. Oh, they've got one of those cartoon avatars that I hate, but never mind. Let's go in anyway, because at least they're playing Foundry. Right, okay, well, thank you very much for watching, everyone, and I shall see you on Monday. And don't forget to check out the videos on Thursday and Friday.